Hey. Now, lately I've been thinking of new video ideas to make, since if you go and look at my older videos, all I would really do is just upload a match that I did really well in, and that's really about it. Sometimes I had commentary over it, sometimes I wouldn't, and it wouldn't really have like really any editing or anything. I just upload a match, sometimes have commentary, and that's kind of boring. No one really wants to see that, and I kind of just want to make more non-gameplay videos anyway, since you know this channel is just a general overall Splatoon channel. So, and it's kind of been working out with the whole side order stuff. All my side order videos have been doing very well, and even my recent non-side order videos are also doing very well. So I just want to branch out and do more non-gameplay stuff, since I love covering like cut content like you see in the title of this video. I love covering cut content, concept art, and all different types of things. So, and with Splatoon, you know, it's got a lot of content. But like you saw in the title, I'm gonna be going over some unused / cut content in Splatoon 3. Some of this is like pre-release content, so it's not exactly cut. So, and a lot of it has been like tweaked and changed. So even though it's not really cut content, I thought it was still interesting enough to include. And there's quite a bit, if you can see by the runtime of this video, there's quite a bit to go over, which, I mean, I'm not complaining. I like long videos, especially Splatoon videos. So let's not make this any longer. There's a lot of unused / cut stuff in this game. And to start, we have the weapons. And the first one is pretty interesting. So the Tri-Stringer originally wasn't going to have those explosive arrows, or the bottles as I like to call them. And it also was able to hold a charge while it was swimming. Now this may sound familiar because this is how the reflux works. So the gimmicks that the reflux have, or like the mechanics that the reflux has, were originally supposed to be on the Tri-Stringer. So that kind of begs the question, was the reflux created because of these scrapped Tri-Stringer mechanics, I guess? So they wanted to use these, but then they thought of a different idea for Tri-Stringer we have now. And you're like, you know what? Let's just turn these unused mechanics into an actual weapon. And I think that's actually pretty cool. So that could be a possibility, or it could have just been swapped, where Tri-Stringer is like reflux like Tri-Stringer. I doubt, since Tri-Stringer is more important weapon. It was the first new weapon we saw for Splatoon 3. It was kind of like a big part of the marketing was, oh, we get a bow and arrow weapon. So I think the Tri-Stringer came first, and then those unused ideas, they still wanted to use them, so reworked it into the reflux. Another thing for both of the stringers, the reflux and the stringer, you can see here on screen, it used to have like a projectile tracer. So kind of like the charger lines, they used to have those, but 3 of them for the 3 shots. That actually looks kind of dope. Okay, that actually looks really cool, but it kind of makes sense why they wouldn't have those, because actually I'm not really too sure, because chargers have them, so it wouldn't really be that different for Tri-Stringer. Maybe it's because it's 3 of them, so it's easier to hit a target. I don't know, but it would have been very interesting to see these projectile tracer lines here. And the next one is about the crab tank, and I'm not really too sure about this one. I think this was an incorrect, but it says the crab tank's design seemed to be originally flatter. There was no inkling seen piloting in the announcement trailer footage, which I'm pretty sure we did see an inkling piloting the crab tank in the very first announcement trailer for Splatoon 3. I could be wrong. I haven't seen the announcement trailer. All right, I haven't gone back and watched it in a while, so I should probably do that for this video. But from what I remember, I'm pretty sure we did see an inkling in the announcement trailer, because they even zoomed in on him and showed it. So that could be a little bit wrong. And this is in the Return of the Mammalians trailer. Some segment of the crab tanks are colored to the writers in color. So nothing too insane, it's just different coloration based on the ink color of your playable character. And prior to the release date reveal trailer, the Big Bubblers base did not have a squid beacon attached to it. I think we might have seen that in the announcement trailer actually. Again, I'm not sure. I don't even remember what the reveal trailer even looks like. I think the announcement trailer we saw new Agent 3, I guess, on the train, revived to Splatville, and then Splatoon 3 logo, and then it goes into some matches with the new Splatat going over it. I think that was the announcement trailer, right? And then I don't remember what the reveal trailer was. But this game is overall, they kind of used almost all the ideas that they had, at least for the weapons. The only thing different is the tri-stringer and the crab tank, and those were the two newest weapons, are like weapon and special. So of course they were going to be changed around a lot, since it takes a lot more work to tweak a brand new weapon or special than to just change an older one from a different game. But now we get onto the stages, and these ones are pretty interesting. Scorch Gorge was also very different, as you can see in the screenshots. Scorch Gorge was originally much wider and had much more elevation, and the great platforms leading to the center were center aligned. I'm not really too sure what that means. They were center aligned but uneven on both sides, meaning that it could have been the second multiplayer stage to not truly be symmetrical, with the first being Salt Spray Rig. Okay, so I guess the grates on each side, like I said, were center aligned, so they were kind of asymmetrical if you were to take a cross section of the stage. And I guess Salt Spray Rig was as well. I haven't played Splatoon 1, so I don't know anything about Splatoon 1 or the stages. I know most of the weapons, but I don't really know anything about Splatoon 1. I might be getting it soon, and I'm very excited to play that. So if y'all, any of y'all still play Splatoon 1, let me know, because I'm gonna need some people to hop on with. Next we have Eeltail, and Eeltail also was a lot wider. We actually saw this in the trailer. I think this was the revealed date trailer when they were showing the matches on Eeltail. It looked very different. You see the screenshots here, but it's a lot easier to see from the trailer itself. It was a lot bigger, a lot wider, and there was more open space near the bases of each side, and there was more ways to get up there. I really liked the design it had at first. I'm not really too sure why they shrunk it down, but I liked the old Eeltail we had. And the red rail used in that version was reused for the Splat Zones layout of the stage. Next is Museum d'Alfonso. That one didn't really change too much. It's still relatively the same as it was in the first game, but at the center with the rotating cylinder thing, in the final version it has 3 spokes, I guess, while in the original, the pre-release version, it only had 2. So it's very interesting to see how stages and maps were before release, especially when they were pretty much finished. And even returning stages from older games, they still changed around too, and it wasn't just like a direct port. But next we're getting to unused gear icons. As we know, in the menus when we're choosing our gear or weapons, we have the 2D icons to show what gear or weapon it is. And apparently there are unused 2D icons for the hero mode gear, kind of maybe suggesting that at some point we were going to be able to unlock them for multiplayer. So icons for gear we get in story mode are in the game, they're like in the data and files of the game, but obviously they're clothing we can't wear outside of the story mode, like the orange clothes we can see here, like the golden orange clothes for when we get armor, because the regular yellow outfits we can have after beating the main story in Alterna, but these different colored like orange ones for getting armor, we can't wear these outside of just the story mode. And we have similar gear for original Agent 3 from Splatoon 1. We can see here their outfits and gear are also unobtainable, but they do have icons as well as the enemy Octolings. So perhaps we're going to be able to wear all of these in the game, maybe through amiibo or just beating the story mode or whatever. So it's pretty cool to see that even though we aren't able to obtain these, they still have their 2D icons. Now next we're getting into a lot of the bigger stuff. There's a lot of stuff about turf war or table turf. Table turf was changed quite a bit, at least a lot of the icons here. And to start, we can see Callie's table turf battle card sleeve used to be very different. It used to be just some basic Splatoon icon of her, like the classic Splatoon icon, and then eventually decided to change it into one of her album arts. So I think this one looks a lot better than just the icon. And just for clarity, everything on the left is going to be the early versions, and everything on the right is going to be the final version, just so y'all know. Next here we see an Octoling holding the mini Splatling. Now the difference, obviously we can see it's kind of like squished down, so maybe that's just how the image came out, but the difference here is that on the left, the Octoling is wearing the Splatoon 2 exclusive Eminence cuff on the ear. You can see on his left ear right there, he's wearing it in the early version but not in the final version, which would make sense since that's only in Splatoon 2 as of now. So obviously they would have to change it to be more congruent with Splatoon 3. And the next one here is the Octo Trooper. Originally it was just going to be some 2D illustration before they changed it to a 3D cutout. And those are for like the battle icons that are the most different. Here we have a lot more for some of the weapons, starting with the 52 gal. Here on the left you can see the socks are miscolored. The shoes and socks are miscolored from what they actually look like in game now. So it's a small difference, but on the left you can see here the socks are white, while on the right they're like deep blue. A lot of these are minor changes that you kind of have to look for, but they are there and noticeable once you actually notice them. So with these ones here for the sloshing machine, the one on the left doesn't have the streamers coming from the squid banners like the one on the right has. So that was a nice little change they had. This one is even harder to spot with the range blaster. The lenses of the ink tinted goggles have different shadings in the early version than they do in the final version. As you can see, it's just very slightly tinted or shaded higher, shaded brighter. Now this one, it feels like just the more we go on, the longer we go on, the harder these are to notice. Here for the Luna Blaster, the pupils are a bit smaller and they more resemble Marina and Shiver's pupils than just like a regular Octolings or a table turf card. So this, again, like I said, these are very minor changes, nothing too insane that you'll notice just by first glance. You'd have to like look hard at some of these to even notice it. Like this next one here for the Splattershot Pro, all that's really different are the shoes are different colored. On the left you can see it's orange and on the right it is green. So nothing too insane. And this one's even harder to notice. For the E-liter scope, the shirt is a different color. The button clown shirt is miscolored in the early version. It's more of a pinkish here, where on the right it's more of like a red, or at least a darker pink. And as for the squiff here, the squiff itself is miscolored. On the left you can see where the bottle attaches to the the nozzle, the squiff nozzle, I guess, is black, as well as like the end of the bottle. So both ends of the bottle are black in the early version, and in the final version they are gray, bit of a dark gray. Here this one is a lot easier to notice with the slosher. It's just orange instead of purple. That's it. It's colored after the slosher in Splatoon 2, but then, you know, recolored to be more in line with Splatoon 3. So I think that's a pretty cool idea. I love a lot of the Splatoon 2, not symbolism, I guess symbolism, or references in Splatoon 3. And now here, again, just like the slosher, the Explosh resembles the Splatoon 2 coloration. So as you can see, for like the nozzle, I guess, is silver in the early version, while in the final version it's gold. Now as for this one's actually pretty interesting. The tent umbrella on the left, the logo or the colors are more dulled and kind of washed. You can see it's a bit of a lower saturation in the original or in the early versions, but in the final versions it's more saturated, you know, more popping, I guess. And as well as the Sorella logo is lower, it's placed lower on the umbrella in the early version. As you can see, it's kind of in the middle with nothing really dividing it, but in the final version there's that black band there, and then the Sorella logo is above it. Next we have the Nautilus, and for whatever reason in the early version the Nautilus was missing the color. So you know how some weapons change color depending on what color your Inkling or Octoling is at that time. One of the most notable examples is the Heavy. It'll change colors with every different match, you know, and that's true for a lot of weapons, and Nautilus is one of those weapons. But if you can barely see right there in the middle, where I guess that like the rounded head of the Nautilus, where it connects to the rest of it, in the middle right there, you can kind of see the yellow. It's easier to see on the right side. If you look in there, it's looks like it's not there, or it's just a lot darker for some reason. I guess they just forgot to color that part. But good thing they caught it. It's like I said, these are small tiny details that wouldn't normally notice, so I'm surprised some of these were caught. Next is the Splatbrella, and once again, say it with me, it has the Splatoon 2 color scheme, which was changed again to go more in line with Splatoon 3. I actually kind of like Splatoon 2's color scheme more, the red, white, and blue. Now, like the purple and white looks very clean, but I do like the red on it. And here, this is probably one of the hardest to notice, is the Splatana Stamper. The Inkling's eye color is different in the early version than it is in the final version. I know it may not look like it's any different, but trust me, it is. Even very slightly, it is different. It's just a small difference that it might as well not even be there. Next, we have my favorite section, actually, and these are badge icons. As you know, we can put badges on our banners after meeting certain requirements, and these are for all of the specials. And as you can tell right away, a lot of them are different. So for most of them, the accent color is lime green instead of cyan. For a lot of these, like the Tacticoolers, the Titty Missiles, the Trizuka, and even the Ink Vac right here. So I'm kind of glad they changed it, because it looks very off-putting. The white and dark blue go well together, and then just having this light lime green kind of just throws it off a little bit. I like the lime green color in general, but it just doesn't really fit for this. Now, one of them that you may notice very immediately is that the triple ink strike badge actually looks like the suction bomb launcher icon instead of a triple ink strike. So maybe they just use this as a placeholder. As you can tell, all of them say test above them, so obviously they're testing this out in the development of the game. But it makes you wonder, was Bomb Rush supposed to come back in Splatoon 3? Because that would be really cool. I love Bomb Rush, alright? I love all the different type, and I like how they gave them to all the bombs. You got auto bomb launcher, curling bomb launcher, suction, burst, splat. Imagine a fizzy bomb launcher, that'd be terrible. But yeah, I really do like Bomb Rush, and I'm kind of disappointed it didn't come back in Splatoon 3. There's quite a few specials in Splatoon 2 that I really like that I wish came back in Splatoon 3. Like Baller, I liked Baller a lot. I loved Baller. It was so cool. It's not the greatest special, but it was very cool. Stingray, I don't know if I missed Stingray. Alright, that Stingray was kind of too overpowered. Now, Killer Whale that we have now in Splatoon 3, it's cool, it's alright, but I think I probably would have preferred Stingray, even if it is more annoying. It would just make the match even more hectic, and it would just be more fun, even if I'm getting tortured by Stingray. Ink Armor was cool, but the Ink Armor was kind of broken, so I can understand why they got rid of that. Because, you know, with Heavy Edit now, it'll just shred that. Speaking of Heavy Edit, bro, that weapon is amazing. I've been playing it non-stop. You see how fast Heavy Edit can just shred? See how fast Heavy Edit just shreds big bubblers? It can even shred Crab Tank. It's disgusting, alright? Just imagine how fast it'll shred Ink Armor. There'd be no point in even running it. Just throw some object shredder on Heavy Edit and you're done for. Just nothing you can do. Ink Armor, Crab Tank, Bubbler, it all just gets destroyed by Heavy Edit. That weapon is absolutely amazing. And another one that you may not have noticed is that Big Bubbler. The Big Bubbler icon is also different. In the test version, it didn't have the squid beacon that is in the original version. Just like earlier, even in game itself, it didn't have the squid beacon inside of it that we see. So I like how they kept it congruent and made sure the badge matched the actual special. I know that seems like a little detail because it wouldn't really matter if the badge had. So no surprise, my laptop ran out of space as I was recording this, and I didn't realize until quite a ways in. So it cut off right here when I was talking about the Big Bubbler. But as I was saying, it wouldn't really matter if it's not entirely accurate, considering it's just a badge we're going to see on our banners, which isn't going to show up all that much in general. But it is nice that they took the time to make sure it was consistent. I like that. But another badge that is different from the final version is the Wave Breaker. Here we can see it actually has like actual waves of like walls of ink. So again, that begs the question, if Wave Breaker was going to be different in game, so it would actually shoot out these walls of ink instead of just like the expanding ring that it has, and we'd actually have to like full hop over it. That would be so cool. Wave Breaker would be so much better if the waves were actually higher and an actual threat. If they were just like raised up that looked like this, actual waves, and it sent out actual waves, then that would actually be a real Wave Breaker. That would be really cool. But everything else just looks relatively similar. I do think the change from lime green to cyan was a very nice addition. And the funny thing too is that even the suction bomb launcher, the accent color was pink and not even lime green. So they just completely overhauled Triple Link Strike. Next, we have an unused emote. And this emote is unobtainable in the game as of now, but everyone can still use it. And that is the tricolor emote. Whenever we win a tricolor match on the attacking team, we use this emote where we're just crossing our arms and nodding. That we can only use it after winning a tricolor battle after attacking, but it is currently unobtainable through like general shop or catalog, whatever. So it having an unused icon like the rest of them kind of hints that maybe we're originally supposed to be able to unlock it. at some point, but then they decided against it because they wanted to keep it exclusive to Splatfest, kind of keep some of that special Splatfest magic, I guess. And some more uncut or some more cut content. This is for the story mode actually, and for this one I'm about to talk about, I don't have an image of it. I couldn't find an image for it, and if I do find one during editing, I'll put it in here. But apparently there was an image of a zapfish can be seen in Alterna with the upside down buildings, but as we know, as of base game, zapfish only appear in the crater and not in Alterna. So this was changed pretty late in development, as well as the next one. Also in the Return of the Mammalians trailer, we see Agent 8 taking in the sights of Alterna's buildings with this like mirrored world with the buildings on the top and bottom. However, we see Agent 3 with yellow ink tank and everything. But there are no levels in the game that have both this building background and yellow ink color. So I think all the levels we play through in this like background, we have blue ink or no ink at all. I'm not quite sure, but it's not yellow ink. And showing that this was in the trailer means they changed this pretty late in development. Not really too sure why they changed it, but it was a change. And now Alterna's overworld altogether is very different. Like the Alternan Space Center is very different, as well as Future Utopia Island. And to start, which is immediately apparent here, is the Future Utopia Island. I guess the dome, the sky dome was different. It was a lot more cloudier and darker, and even the lighting for it is originally more overcast to kind of reflect this cloudier and darker tone to kind of give it a more sense of realism. But I guess that would kind of impact gameplay, and it would just look a lot better if it was just a clear sky, because we'd be able to see everything clearer and it would just look a lot smoother. Also, the terrain in Future Utopia Island is different, causing several landmarks to be positioned slightly different. It's not too huge of a difference, but it is there. Another thing is that the numbers on the orange structure here in the middle do not overlap with the white indentation in the trailer, but in the final game they do. So that's something else that they changed. A lot of these were changes, relatively minor changes. Another one is that red tape can be seen on a piece of corrugated sheet metal when the new Squidbeak Splatoon introduces themselves, but in the final game the tape isn't there. Also, the spirit lifter is not covered with fuzzy ooze in this trailer, as you can see in the back there. I guess they maybe hadn't come up with that yet, and they just built the area first and then kind of built up the story around that. I'm really not sure, but they obviously still had a lot to work on by the time this trailer did come out. And the area between Rocket 1 and 2 in the Alternate Space Center sequence has graffiti on it not seen in the final game. If I can find a screenshot or a picture of that somewhere, I will put it up here. And the rocket service structure seen between Rocket 3 and 4 had less lighting, a differently placed prop, and no pipes above the player. And next, we actually have the new Salmon Run stage, Sockeye Station. Now this has several differences from the pre-release material to what we have now. The Aji Fry Tower originally did not have protrusions coming out of it. I'm not sure what that means. If maybe that's this big tower in the back we can see here. I'm not quite sure what it means by protrusions, maybe like the little deck or the thing on top. But I actually never even noticed this tower in the background to begin with. Is this even in the base game? I don't even remember that tower there. Okay, maybe I'm just stupid and don't pay attention, which would be true, but you know, I can't believe I never noticed that big ass tower right there. Also, the left side of the fortress did not protrude outward, instead coming inward like its opposite side. Still not sure what it's saying there. I'm not going to list every single difference because they're kind of minor, and a lot of them I can't even notice myself. So if y'all want to look more into it, the source where I found all of this information will be linked in the description. I'm getting all this from the Wikipedia website, so that will be linked down here for this specific page for y'all to come see all of the differences in this list right here. But another thing for Salmon Run is the flipper flopper. In pre-release footage, the flipper flopper did not rebound on dive when its ring was painted over. Instead, it just immediately just fell over to its side. So it's presumed that they didn't have an animation for this at the time of this trailer releasing. They just kind of had the general concept but didn't have the animation of it slamming down into the ground, breaking its mask, and just flipper flopping over at that time. Also, the cooler that Mr. Grizz statue rests on did not originally have stickers, so it was just completely bare, but as we see in base game, it has stickers all over it. And this next one is actually pretty cool. So apparently the leg wear that Agent 8 wears in Octo expansion was originally supposed to be obtainable in game, like in Splatoon 3 through like amiibos and stuff for the Octoling girl and Octoling boy amiibos. You're going to get their respective leg wear. But if the game is modified so that these can be chosen by the player, it can be seen that both the skirt and pants have meshes to be used for both feminine and masculine styles. As the legwear is only used on the amiibo characters, the masculine style of the skirt and the feminine style of the pants go unused. So even though we had like the skirt for the females and then the shorts for males, both of them accommodated to both. So we could get feminine and male skirt and then feminine and male shorts. That's pretty cool. I don't think I've seen a game do that before where like the boy and girl options of like clothing, you could still have a boy and girl option of the boy and girl options. So that's really cool. It would have been cool if they added that in. I know it's just for amiibo, but maybe scanning the amiibo twice will give you both of them, or maybe it was just too much and too confusing to put both versions in. So instead of having all four, we just have the two basic ones we see in Octo expansion. Still pretty cool that there is Octo expansion content in Splatoon 3. Now the last one I'm going to be covering again is to do with Salmon Run, and this one's very interesting. In the trailer for Salmon Run Next Wave, the Booyah animation is incomplete, and when you press Booyah, you know, the Inkling like pumps their weapon up in the air. But as you can see here in this that was loud. You can see here in this section of the trailer, the animation is incomplete and the Inkling's mouth doesn't move when saying Booyah, which in the base game it does. Again, very minor details that while in gameplay you're not really going to notice this at all, since the camera will be facing your back, and even if it was facing front, the camera's so pulled out that you can't really see the Inkling's mouth anyway. So it just goes to show that the developers just took the time to like iron out a lot of these kinks. Though the game isn't perfect, Splatoon 3 isn't perfect, alright. A lot of stuff can still be fixed in terms of like some glitches. They could rework some of the maps, but that's more of like a not really a gameplay issue, but it would be nice for the maps to be different and be more open like Splatoon 2's. But these are talking about like technical issues. The map design isn't really a technical issue per se, as according to all of this, like these unused and unfinished animations. So Splatoon 3 was still relatively in an unfinished state when we saw it in the trailers, for all the trailers actually. So it's pretty cool to see a lot of the unused content. So there's quite a bit of unused content for Splatoon 3, even though it came out only a year ago and was finding all of this. So for some reason in the Splatfest world premiere for Splatoon 3, the Inkling Girl model had rendered underwear, and only the Inkling Girl model. This was removed in the full game. As you can see here, it's just blanked out, but there used to be actual fully rendered underwear here. I'm not really too sure why that's the case, or if I should be even talking about this. This might put me on a list. But yeah, for some reason that's there. We have some unused facial features also. You see at the top here, freckles, and then at the bottom here is like scars across the eye. Not really too sure why they took these out. Maybe because it would be very hard to see, since it's already kind of hard to notice, especially the freckles here, and there's only these two options. But it's pretty cool that we are going to have even more character customization. There's also multiple different eyebrow shapes and pairs that were also cut from the game. We had 2 for each Inkling Boy, Inkling Girl, Octoling Girl, and Octoling Boy, so they all had their own different eyebrow shapes, which was pretty cool. And the dummy Splatfest image from Splatoon 2 with the egg and omelet also returns in this game, but has an added boiled egg for a third option, you know, to go along with deep cut, since it has 3 members. It's kind of funny that they brought this dummy image over and even added on to it. So maybe perhaps we will finally get this Splatfest, because neither in Splatoon 1 or 2 there was a Splatfest for like over easy egg or omelet and then just boiled eggs. So maybe we'll have this as an actual Splatfest sometime soon within the next year, since we still have about a year left of content to make. And even the art style of this banner is in like Splatoon 1 art style, which hasn't been used in 2 or 3. So they brought this all the way over from Splatoon 1 and they've had it in every game so far, which is kind of funny. Now this one I think is interesting. There are these 2 unused files for textures of Judd and Lil Judd, and by the size of them, it looks like maybe we were supposed to get banners of Judd and Lil Judd, respectively. How we would unlock it maybe just be through Shellout or Catalog like any other banner. But it looks like we were supposed to get Judd and Lil Judd banners. Maybe we'll still get them later on. And the funny thing is that these were added in when the first wave of DLC dropped. So these weren't in the game before then. So as of version 3.0.1, when the first DLC wave dropped, these files were added into the game. So maybe we will get these as actual banners later on at some point, because it would make sense to have Judd and Lil Judd banners. We have all the idols, alright, and the other like important characters are Judd and Lil Judd, and we don't have them as banners yet. So it's kind of interesting to see those. Now, probably my favorite part is there are quite a bit of unused animations, specifically for Shiver and just regular Inkling or Octoling. Shiver has 3 unused animations, and these were going to be used for Splatfests. Not Splatfests, these were going to be used for the Anarchy Splatcast. So here's the animation right here, and it's notable that Frye and Big Man don't have any like equivalent animations like this. It's just Shiver, and this animation was actually scrapped early on as it only has the major poses mapped out. So this one is relatively unfinished and was scrapped pretty early. Next, this animation is identical to the one she has in base game, but for some reason her hair is sticking up like this. We don't really know what it was used for, but this animation was removed from the files of the game at some point. Yeah, it's kind of weird and creepy, interesting to see her hair up like that and seeing both of her eyes at once. And then the third one is similar to the second one. This is the pose she has after she completes it, the previous one, where she swings her arm and then she holds out her fan like this. But again, her hair is also pointed up. I'm not really sure why that was there. Maybe to like help render her face, and then it was put back down after. But this animation as well was also taken out of the files of the game. Now these ones, we have quite a few animations for when we win a 133-3x battle. And these animations are actually for, you know, if you win one of those battles and you get the picture on the Frye, Big Man, or Shiver float, and we can select certain poses. These next animations are unused animations for poses for on the float. So I'm just gonna kind of play a little montage of them here so you can see all of them, because there's quite a few of them and they're not all too different or really anything to know. So I'm gonna just play them all back to back right here. And in the last video, I showed off a section of all of the badges for the specials and how some of them are different. But we have more badges that have also changed between the beta and the final versions. We have the Salmon Run badges. All of the boss salmonids have their render from Splatoon 2. All of the returning ones, at least. All of the new bosses that were introduced in Splatoon 3 just have a basic salmonid placeholder, with just each having different outlines. All the new ones you can see on screen right now. And we can see all of the beta versus the final ones here for all of the boss salmonids. A lot of their designs were changed and they were all given a black outline to help make them more noticeable on the badge. And in speaking of badges, we have more, and these are actually from the story mode. We have some for Octavio, Captain Cuttlefish, Callie, Marie, and Mr. Grizz. All of these were also just given a black outline to make it more noticeable and pop out more on the banner. Also, the no chill emote icon was actually changed from the launch version onward. It was just the Inkling standing here normally, and then it was changed to what we have in the game now. Next, this one is pretty interesting. The lobby terminal in the lobby, of course, has a different design for the screen and for itself. You can see the beta design here, and even the screen itself was a lot different. You can see here that there are more likely rectangles instead of the squares we have for each section. And it looks like there might have been a scroll menu, because in the final game we have 8 here, and in the early design we only had 6 so far as we see. So they probably changed it to fit everything all on one screen and just changed the rectangles to squares, since it would be easier than having to scroll. And it just kind of wouldn't look that great if we had to scroll to get to the other menus. I like the one we have now. That looks a lot better. And I don't know if this is intentional, but the beta version, like the background, I guess, for it kind of reminds me of when a Splatfest is getting announced. The guy kind of has a like hazy green distorted TV kind of look. This kind of looks like that. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but that was a pretty nice detail that I noticed. Next, we have an unused variant of the Splatfest pledge box. It looks incomplete due to lacking proper textures and using simplistic blocky geometry. So here's like an early render of the pledge box with the screen and everything. I think the screen looks different too. It looks like it's more bowing in instead of out like it does in the final game. I don't know if that's of any importance, but this next one kind of confused me a little bit. We have an extremely unfinished model of Splatsville during a Splatfest. While there are textures, none of them are directly applied to the model. So I don't even know what we're supposed to be looking at here. Obviously, this is supposed to be Splatsville, and I think these grates might be fences. I'm not really sure. Also, in the files of the game, we had some unused and unobtainable weapons. A lot of them being enemy weapons, but we have unobtained amiibo weapons, and these are actually pretty cool. And this, assuming it means what I think it means. This would have been a really cool addition to Splatoon 3. So the weapons seen on the Splatoon 1 and Splatoon 2 amiibos are left in, completely functional. All of them are 200 points for special, a reoccurring theme for weapons never meant to be used in the game. So 200 points is just like a placeholder, I guess. But all of these amiibo weapons that we could have gotten, they function exactly the same as Splatoon 3. So I guess they're kind of just like skins for them. So the first one is basically the Splatoon 1 skin for the splatter shot we could have gotten from the orange Inkling Girl and blue Inkling Boy amiibos. Next was the same thing, but for the Tentatek splatter shot we could have gotten from the Inkling Girl Lime Green amiibo and the Inkling Boy Purple amiibo. Third one is the splatter shot, but it's designed from Splatoon 2 that we would have gotten from the green Inkling Boy amiibo. And finally, the last one, the E-Leader's design from Splatoon 2 we would have gotten from the Octoling Girl amiibo. And here we actually have some unobtainable rival weapons. So the rival Octolings in the Return of the Mammalians in the story mode actually have their own weapon entries. So the weapons they use actually have their own weapon entries. I have some for the Blaster, Octobrush, Splat Dualies, Splat Rollers, Splatbrella, Octoshot, the Splatoon 3 Octoshot, and then Splatoon 1 and 2 Octoshot models as well, and Slosher. They each have their two different entries. I'm not really too sure why. A version 1 and a version 2. As well as the Inkzooka from Splatoon 1 has some code in the data. The Inkzooka special from Splatoon 1 is left over in the files with various traces of data left in the files. It has its own parameter set completely unique to Trizooka or any other special and is able to be loaded. When activated, it is able to throw bombs and move around, but crashes the game as soon as a shot is attempted to be fired. So you can actually have the Inkzooka in game, but you can't really use it because it'll crash the game, as it just said. Also, I wasn't able to download it, but there are some unused copies of the Splatoon 2 lobby music. If I can download it and somehow get it to play, I'll have it up right here. But there were three identical versions, one for the day, one for the night, and one for Splatfest. And this next one is actually very interesting. I like this one a lot. There were apparently 2 unused game modes, or 3 unused Salmon Run modes, like limited Salmon Run modes. So kind of just like Salmon Run Splatfests, or list the equivalents for those. There are 3 of them called Underground, Pair, and Contest. Underground is a harder version of Salmon Run with various changes. And the changes are every boss has 30% more HP and moves 30% faster. Alright, just that alone is just terrifying. And then 2 of the bosses that spawn will drop large golden eggs, roughly the same size as the golden eggs seen in Return of the Mammalians final boss battle, which add 5 eggs to the counter each. And then the quota increases faster than regular, having a +3, +5, and +7 quota. Now unfortunately, Pair has no data within the files except for just the name. And the third game mode, called Contest, was later adapted into extra work starting with fresh season of this year. So one of these unused game modes we actually got reworked into extra work. So maybe at some point they'll add Underground, because that one actually seems really interesting. Okay, Underground would be so cool. This is kind of like a challenge mode. All right, kind of like Bringer of Chaos from Xenoblade 2, but for Salmon Run. That would be really cool. We actually have some unused badges for Pear and Underground. So here we can see the capsules for the Underground and Pear are different from what we have in game. And comparing the Pear and Underground badges, and the Underground badges are a bit darker than the Pear badges, at least for the bottom. And it looks like the bottoms are also more rounded too. So it's kind of like a higher view on these. For some reason, the only Pear badge is this yellow one over here on the left, is similar to the Underground badges, but all the rest of them kind of have damn near a straight line. So perhaps these were like cut early in development after they, you know, worked on all the Underground badges. They're like halfway through the Pear badges and it was like, yeah, you know what, let's just not use these anymore. And apparently there's data for an unused Splatfest. A Splatfest was accidentally uploaded to the game's BCAT system on December 2nd of last year instead of the spicy versus sweet versus sour Splatfest. However, a key for the Splatfest was never distributed, so it's impossible to access any of the data within it, only existing as a set of encrypted pack files. I actually have the file for the unused Splatfest, so if you want to look at the data and everything, it's going to be in the description if y'all want to look at that. And next we actually have some oddities for Nails. Now if you don't know who Nails is the shop owner for Not Couture alongside Gnarly Eddie. Gnarly Eddie is his employee, so the shop is actually run by Nails and Eddie is his employee. But he's that tiny little snail you can see next to Eddie's feet. And he actually has an eye texture that is never seen in game. And you know, we can't see it because he's always wearing his glasses. That's really about it for Nails, just that one little piece. He has an eye texture that goes unused that we never get to see. We also have some naming oddities for quite a few things. One of the city or plaza Inklings walking animations is known as Walk Plaza Harley Quinn. I don't know what Harley Quinn has to do with that, but maybe they had something for it. And internally, Respawn Punisher ability is known as Exorcist. Now, as far as I know, we don't really have an explanation for this, or why it's called this. But I think it's probably a good idea that they changed it, because Exorcist just doesn't really sound like it would fit in a Splatoon game. Alright, exorcising the fucking cephalopod demons. But this was actually also in Splatoon 2. Respawn Punisher was also called Exorcist. So we're not really sure why that is. But the next one is about Splatana Stamper. And internally in the game's files, it's known as Normal Splatana under the name Weapon Saber Normal, despite being considered a more advanced variant, since Splatana Wiper is the normal one and Stamper is like a modified version of that. So it's kind of funny that Stamper is referred to as the normal one in the game files. And Umami Ruins and Undertow Spillway's internal names are Factory and Temple respectively. Despite Umami Ruins resembling an Egyptian temple and Undertow Spillway having factory elements. So I guess these names were just swapped somewhere by accident. Undertow looks more like a factory and Umami looks more like a temple. So maybe the names just got switched around. The latter name likely comes from the stage's inspiration, the Metropolitan Area Outer Underground Discharge Channel in Kasukabe, Saitama, which is occasionally referred to as an underground temple. That one's actually kind of a cool detail. Now this next one, Splatoon 3 was also supposed to have a different home menu icon, you know, as like the one we see here on the right. This is the one we have now with the three Inklings and Octoling, whereas it was going to originally be this one with the logo and just a bunch of stickers around it. And they most likely went with the one on the right to kind of be congruent with Splatoon 2, since for the Splatoon 2 home menu icon it also has the two Inklings like butting heads together with the logo above it. So it's just to stay consistent with what we already have. Now there's quite a bit more of unreleased content, but a lot of it is just files and different file names and all that. And I don't know anything about code. I can't read code. A lot of it is just different coding like name, a bunch of other debug stuff. So that's not really worth going over, but I'm getting all of this from the cutting room floor. So if y'all want to look at all the debugs, or if y'all are more like code savvy than I am, y'all can come look at everything here. Again, link will be in the description. And to start, we have some salmon run icons. So here we can see the early versions of the salmon. It's colored to look more like an actual salmon, and like in the final game it's just all orange, as well as the golden egg is a lot more finished and refined. It actually looks like it has a 3D model instead of just this 2D texture. Next are actually the tutorial icons for Splatoon 2. When you first start up the game and you're learning the controls and everything, it'll show you. For the global Testfire, there was an early version of the Joy-Cons to kind of help you with the controls. And for some reason, the Joy-Cons here are both black, despite not being an official black variant. So to this day, we still haven't gotten officially black Joy-Cons. The closest we got was gray, but this is all black. So maybe again, they just didn't put much thought into it because this was an early build of it. So they created the icon first and we're going to color it later, but then decided to scrap it, or this was just a placeholder, and then they created the ones we have now. And even the switch screen itself looks more like a square than a rectangle that it actually is. So that one's kind of interesting. Not really sure why they shrunk it down like that. But here we have a couple of main menu icons. Here we have some icons for the shoal, the 3 shops, and I'm actually not sure what these arrow ones are at the bottom or on the very right. I'm not too sure. I don't remember what these are for. Maybe I'm just stupid and it's very obvious, but I don't remember what those are for. But we actually do have some special ability icons. So these are early icons for some of the specials. So as you can see, splashdown, baller, curling bomb launcher, and bubble blower. Baller kind of just looks like a Gatling nozzle, I guess. Not the nozzle, but you know, the barrel of a Gatling gun. So that, or kind of just looks like caviar. Is that caviar? Is that the fish eggs? I don't remember. I don't know. Curling bomb launcher looks very weird. I'm not sure what's up with that. And then bubble blower kind of just also looks like caviar, just not on a plate. But we do have an early icon for the splat dualies. You can see they're actually not that different from what we have now, except for that it looks like in the early icon, the ink tanks on the bottom or the back of them, I guess, are a lot smaller, and the black part is a lot bigger. So they just kind of swapped that around somewhere in development. Now we also have some early gear for Salmon Run. Here we have 4 different files for the headgear. They're all identical, they're just different colors, so you can see them here. So these are a little bit different from what we have already. In the final version, it's just a regular hat, but the brim is a different color from the rest of the hat, as to where we can see here the brim and the front of the hat are the same, and it looks like there's eyes on here, where on the final version we just have the Grizzco logo. And the color of the hat actually doesn't ever change, even if our ink color changes in Salmon Run. But here in the early versions, we can see there's different colors for presumably different, actually we get different slop suits, right? Different colored slop suits. I don't know about Splatoon 2. I know we do in 3, but I don't know about 2. But I guess these are to coincide with the different colored suits that we get. And speaking of the suits, we have an early version of the orange slop suit here, but we only have this one. There's only code in the game for the orange suit, and it's pretty damn identical to what we have now, except for the boots here are white. Those kind of look like socks, but usually the boots would be there, and those are all green, as well as the gloves would go all the way up to where the sleeves are, and those would also be green. So maybe those are different textures just layered on top of this one. I'm not sure. But then we also have a placeholder for a Splatfest T replica with the kanji for temporary over the top of it. And we actually have data for several early versions of weapons that were in the base game. So in the Testfire, we have data for a lot of the main weapons, all of them being Splatbrella, Tentabrella, Undercoverbrella, Clash Blaster, Squeezer, Lingza, Two Goob, YouTuber, Dapples, Dually Squelch, Dark Tetras, Glugas, Dual Squelcher. Okay, so apparently the Dual Squelcher had data in the game. I don't think that was in 2. I think those were changed to the Dually Squelchers, right? I'm pretty sure. We also had E-Liter, Splatter Scope, and Hero Shot. And then the sub-weapons, Seeker. So Seeker was apparently in there too. I guess maybe for testing purposes, or it was supposed to be in the game, kind of like Dual Squelcher. But I'm not sure on that one. And then for specials, we have Ink Armor, Baller, Bubble Blower, and Bomb Launcher. And another thing, Octoling data was also in the Testfire. So for like playable Octolings, there was data in the game for them all the way back in the Testfire. So I don't know if they already had Octo expansion planned before the game even came out and the data was just already in there, or they originally wanted to have them playable but decided to save it for Octo expansion, or at that time save it for some future DLC that they didn't know what it would be yet, perhaps. So the Octoling Boy uses a placeholder Inkling Boy model with the rival Octoling eyes, along with unique eyebrows not seen in any of the other models. Although hard to see, it can be discovered that said eyebrows lack a special form of mapping used on most Inkling/Octoling player models, which is used to simulate lighting, causing the eyebrows to take on a flatter appearance. Although this can only be properly seen when viewed up close with certain colors applied to it, such as the slightly darker shades of green and blues, an early version of the Octoling Boy hairstyle also exists for it. The textures for the rival Octoling Boy hair are often found to be blurry and not of the same quality as most models. Because of these models and textures, we can assume that with some major edits to the models, this is what a male rival Octoling would look like. Something never before seen in the history of Splatoon, neither in concept art or in any iteration of the first or second game. So we've never seen a rival Octoling boy. It's always been an Octoling girl. So we've never actually seen this hairstyle before, and here it can actually be loaded into the game using the debug menu, and this is what it looks like. So it's actually a pretty cool, that hairstyle is pretty cool. It's kind of just like a ponytail almost, really, right? It's kind of just like a ponytail. It's a nice hairstyle. So apparently Splatoon 2 had a lot of like Octoling hairstyles that we never got in game. I'm gonna cover those when I get to the cut content of Splatoon 2, but it's really a shame that we got robbed. All right, we got robbed of these hairstyles. And for whatever reason, like the Octoling boy, the Octoling girl also loads a placeholder Inkling model as well. Even stranger, the Octoling girl borrows the Inkling boy assets, so that's kind of strange. But then the hair as well is the rival Octoling girl. Same with the Octoling boy. The Octoling girl can also be loaded in-game with the debug menu and is shown below. Like the rival male, the hair textures are also shown to be blurry and of a somewhat lower quality compared to the final counterparts. Unlike the rival male, the eyebrows and other smaller details appear to be intact. So I actually like this hairstyle quite a bit. Yeah, like I said, the hair does look kind of blurry, but I like this like big bulbous ass hairstyle with that one giant suction cup on the top. It looks pretty cool. I really wish we got more than just 2 hairstyles for Inkling boys and Inkling girls, or Octoling boy and girl after Octo expansion. I'm glad we got more in Splatoon 3, but even then there were a lot of hairstyles that we were supposed to get into that just never made it into, and I'm pretty sure some of them got reused for 3, but I'm pretty sure there's still a lot more that we haven't gotten from Splatoon 2. And now we have some early map previews. So here we can see an early version of the map of Inkopolis Square looks relatively the same. Obviously looks a little more barren since this is an early version. Here we can see an early version of the reef, and as we know, the bridge here is different. In game it's actually concrete, while in the Testfire it was made of wood. And this actually has an in-universe reason. Y'all may have heard about this already, but I remember Pearl, she was singing so loud that her voice shattered the bridge. Like the bridge just completely got obliterated from Pearl being so loud, and so it was rebuilt into a concrete bridge. I just love that, bro. Actual like game development, like game decisions have in-universe lore. It's so insane. I swear, Splatoon is like the only series that does stuff like, as far as I know. As far as like every series that I know, Splatoon has the deepest and like most expansive and convoluted lore. It's insane. Nothing comes close to Splatoon lore. Just nothing does it like Splatoon, all right? It's amazing. And here we have an early model of Starfish Main Stage, which I'm very interested in, since Starfish Main Stage is my favorite map in the entire series. All right, I am still waiting for this shit to come to Splatoon 3. I really hope it does. I am praying so hard that this comes to Splatoon 3. I absolutely love this map, and it looks so different, especially like the main stage. Yeah, this is the spawn. Even the spawn looks a little different. This ramp to the right never went up into the middle right here, as far as I remember. Yeah, because it would just go down up to another platform, a glass platform. So this ramp right here to the left on the very right never led up there. So it'd be nice if we could get some aerial shots, but this is the only one we have. So like the top of it looks very different from what we have now. God, I love Starfish Main Stage. I want it to come back so bad. Next we have Sturgeon Shipyard. Now this one's still relatively the same, but if you look down there towards the middle where the rising platform is at, usually there's like a little platform right there in front of it, or at least like a wall right there, right before the grate meets the wall. There's like another little wall in front, and that looks like it's gone. And even further down, you can see there's a ledge right there that's usually only on the left side of each side. So wherever you're spawning at, on the left side there's that little wall, and on the right it's just a ramp. So maybe it looks like that they kind of swapped it mid-development, where they just changed what side that little wall is on. But other than that, everything else seems pretty much the same, except for, you know, like I said, the grates and that little ledge right there. Next is Inkblot Art Academy, which also had a different name in the files of the Testfire, which I will get to in a second. But here it looks very barren and just basic, obviously because the map wasn't finished. This is just an early model of it, and this is the Splat Zones version of the map, because we know in the middle right there's that giant wall, and it looks like it was kind of angled differently. Normally when you come off of the little platform right here off your base, the wall is parallel to that ledge, but it looks like it's kind of rotated like 45 degrees to the right, or counterclockwise, I guess. So it's like the corner is facing the ledge instead of the wall, and then the glass box is kind of like blocking you off, so you have to go around it to get up there. So I mean, shouldn't they kind of be swapped so the glass wall is on the right side, so the enemies can't just freely shoot you like your opponents, because you have to come around this wall to get to mid, or you can just go around on the other side. Okay, so I guess it's not that too big of a deal, because you can just go on your left side, and then that would also make it easier to get into the enemy base. So okay, so maybe that is a good addition, a cool addition, just having the glass walls on left side instead of the right. And here we have an early version of the spawning grounds. It looks pretty much the same. It's the exact same map, except for I don't think right here in the middle where those two ramps are up, kind of like the top right part where those ramps, I don't think that first ramp from the middle going up to that little ledge, I don't think that first ramp was ever there, or maybe it was positioned differently. For some reason that just looks off and I can't really tell why, but everything else is relatively the same. And we can actually see an early version of Salmon Run gear in the middle there where the golden egg box, I guess, normally is, with like the orange around it. Apparently there is some Salmon Run gear in the middle there, but I can't really see it because these images are only in one type of resolution. There's no higher resolution for them, so it's kind of hard to see once you zoom in on it. And actually there was some early versions of the music that were in the Testfire that are way different from what we have in game, and some of them are massively different. You can easily tell the difference. And there's 4 tracks. There's Incoming, Rip Entry, Undertow, and Turf Master. Turf Master is the victory theme for whenever we win a match. And the descriptions read, each version of battle themes by the in-game band Wet Floor could be heard in the global Testfire. The version of Incoming that plays in a match was an instrumental version, while the version with vocals played on the title screen. Turf Master, the victory theme, is missing the guitar lick right before the song loops. So I'm going to play a little snippet of each. I'm gonna play about a minute of each of them so you can just see how different they are. So starting with Incoming. Alright, you can tell right there near the end a little bit that the vocals are different, but you can really tell here for Rip Entry. And now next is Undertow. And finally, we have Turf Master. Okay, next we have some unused text for salmon run grades. The names were changed. Here we can see the Testfire and final versions. Apprentice was originally Wannabe, Part-Timer was Rookie, Go-Getter was Savant, or Go-Getter was Real Deal, and Overachiever was Savant. And like I said earlier, Inkblot had a different name. In the Testfire, it was called Silver Sea Art Academy, and Starfish Mainstage actually had a different name called Starfish Soundstage. And we actually have a ton of unused quotes, like news quotes for Pearl and Marina for some of the stages. So I'm gonna read those off right now. So for the Testfire, Pearl would say, "Yo, my best friend took me to the amazing cake shop in the Reef the other day." And Marina responds, "But I don't remember going to a cake shop." A lot of these are relatively the same from the Testfire to the launch, and with just a couple words changed. But some of the most notable ones are, for Muscle Forge Fitness, Pearl says, "The jellies at the gym can climb the rock walls faster than I can. What's with that?" Marina responds, "Well, those jellyfish do probably have a couple of inches on you, short stack." In the final version, they're relatively the same except for they took out the short stack comment from Marina, because apparently this extra jab was too rude even for the more acerbic personality Marina had in early English versions. Yeah, in the early versions of Splatoon 2, Marina was kind of a bitch towards Pearl. She was like hella rude. So the developers actually like went in and changed Marina's whole personality because she was too rude. Another one that changed was also for Muscle Forge, where Pearl says, "Rock climbing jellyfish are too cute. I just want to splat their little faces off." Marina responds, "Pearl, take a deep breath and put down the splatter shot." And then in the launch version, she said, "Rock climbing jellies are too cute. I just want to splat their little faces off." Marina, "Whoa, Pearl, I'm confiscating your splatter shot until you chill out." And then these next quotes were just completely changed. Pearl says, "Wonder if I should become a member here and really start to get chiseled." Marina, "What? But I thought being the toned one was my thing." Or in the launch version, Pearl says, "A membership to this place costs an arm and a leg." Marina, "Yeah, but at least the arm and leg will be jacked." And then here, probably my favorite part is a lot of the early weapon kits. So a lot of the weapons got different kits from the Testfire to the final version. Now, a lot of these are the same kits, but some of them are different from what we have in game. Like for example, 52 in the Testfire had Splash Wall and Inkstorm, while in base game it has Point Sensor and Baller. And then even in the Testfire, Splattershot Pro had Point Sensor and Baller, but in base game it has Point Sensor and Inkstorm. But going down to the bottom of the list is starting to give me PTSD a little bit. Now I know these are most likely just placeholders, but why do so many weapons have fucking Stingray, bro? Look at this. Imagine if these were the actual kits and all of these weapons had Stingray. That would be a nightmare. That'd be torture. Just seeing all these Stingrays is giving me heat flashes. All right, I'm about to go into a stroke with how many Stingrays are up here. That's so scary. All the dualies and the umbrellas would have Stingray. That would be stupid. I would hate that, because you can just, like, for a Tenterbrella, you can just pop the Tenterbrella shield and then go into Stingray and you'll be safe. And you, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. But that's really about all there is. There's also a bunch of unlocalized text. Those aren't really too important. But other than that, that's kind of everything there is for the Testfire. Now, there's not as much as, say, base game Splatoon 2, but there's still quite a bit, and a lot of these are interesting, like the Octoling models were apparently in the game. We were supposed to be able to play as Octolings from the launch, but then they decided to save that for Octo expansion, I guess. A lot of the weapon kits are pretty cool to look at. It's cool to look at them and see what changed. A lot of them kept the same kits, but a lot of these weapons have interesting kits in the Testfire that were completely changed in the final version of the game. For example, Inkbrush Nouveau and Testfire had Sprinkler and Titty missiles, whereas Inkmine and Baller now. But imagine an Inkbrush with Titty missiles. That'd be scary. Oh, and Dynamo had Stingray. I didn't even know that Dynamo had Stingray in base game as well. But just looking at these kits are just insane. Look, even Octobrush has Titty missiles in base game. It had Inkmine Inkjet, now it has Squid Beak and Titty missiles. So yeah, these kits are really insane. I'll have a link in the description if you want to look at all of the weapon kits, because these are pretty cool. Like, oh my, some of these are scary. Right? There's just so much in this series, so I got hella videos to make. But to start, we have some unobtainable weapons. Now, these aren't really anything special. They're just weapons used by the Octarians in the story mode. So we have shooter enemy, we have the Octo Shot is a placeholder model for Octarian enemies with shooters, and then Heavy Splatling is a placeholder model for Octo Commander enemies. Octo Snipers use Hero Charger placeholders. Octo Samurais use Gold Dynamo roller placeholders. So that's interesting, it's Gold Dynamo and not just regular Dynamo. And then 2 amiibo shooters, actually. A placeholder for the Splatter Shot and Tenatech Splatter Shot from the first game. Don't have parameters for it in the game, so when you shoot it, nothing happens. But as for the early weapon designs, these ones are kind of cool. First, we have Tentarella. Now, it's relatively the same, except for if you look closely, the mesh on like the front, I guess the mesh with the see-through part, in the final game it's green, but its early designs it was going to be like a darker blue. You can kind of see like that half oval right there on the front of the shield is a lot darker than it is in the final game. So it actually didn't really change all too much, just the green is changed to blue. Next, we actually have Explosh, and this one's actually kind of cool. The Explosh and Custom Explosh have early models in version 3.0.0, while the Custom looks fairly close to the final version. The base Explosh is an earlier mesh, looking noticeably smaller compared to the final. So here you can see, I'm gonna have all 4 of them right here. Both Explosh and then the Custom and its early version right here. So you can see how different they look, especially the Custom to the original. The early Explosh model kind of looks like an order weapon, you know? Like in for the side order trailer, we have those white dualies and the white stamper that we see Agent 8 holding. This looks like it could be a side order weapon right here. The white Explosh, that actually kind of goes hard. It's actually pretty cool. But you can see they're not too different. They just had the designs tweaked a little bit, and you know, we're actually given some textures, like the stickers, the colors, and just the overall shape of it is pretty different. Now next we have Ballpoint, and this one kind of throws me off a little bit. Also in version 3.0.0, Ballpoint had a different design, both vanilla Ballpoint and Nouveau. And these weren't even finished, alright? They were still work in progress. The Ballpoint Splatling Nouveau didn't have a unique texture at the time, and instead it just changes the color through material parameter. So as you can see on the left for the vanilla, it's kind of like grayish white for the Gatling part of it, I guess, the barrels. But for Nouveau, they're just darker. And if you notice, it doesn't have that like plastic pen casing around it, I guess. Since ballpoint is based off of a ballpoint pen, it doesn't have that like plastic encasing on the outer. So it kind of looks kind of uncomfortable. I don't know. Next, I'm actually was surprised that this was here, but Kensa Luna Blaster. This is my OG main right here. I miss K Luna, alright? I miss Cluna Blaster. I want Cluna so bad. We were so close. We almost had it in Splatoon 3. Alright, we got the Sploda back, but we got fucking Ultra Stamp instead of Inkstorm. Now, that's probably better than Inkstorm on Luna, but I just played that weapon for so long that it feels weird using anything other than Inkstorm on Luna. So I already don't like Ultra Stamp. So we were so close, we almost had Cluna back. But I'm glad with what we have now for Luna Neo. Hopefully we'll get a new Luna kit again in the future. But as for the early version of the Cluna Blaster, we can see the text on the side is different. It's the same text, but here it's like cut off halfway where the white and the black kind of meet, and then the rest of the text is replaced by like a black strip to kind of just yin and yang, I guess, for the black and white. The black on the white and then the white on the white text on the black. As where in the final version, the text is just extended and there is no red clothespin on it that we are used to. This next one is actually very interesting. The Grizz Cobrella. The Grizz Cobrella used to have splatter shot bottles on them. I'm not too sure what's up with that. This is a very early model, version 1.0.0, lacking a lot of the extra details of the final version. Because as we know, in the final game, the bottles, I guess, they kind of look more like pill capsules or like little pill bottles. But in this early version, we can see it has splatter shot bottles on it, which is kind of funny. It looks wacky. Imagine if that was like the actual design for it. And next we get to sub weapons, and this one looks disgusting. All right, this is Fizzy Bomb. This is what Fizzy Bomb was supposed to look like. Sploda looked completely different. Now the Fizzy Bomb has an early model in 3.1.0 looking a lot more basic. The top and bottom of the can has a bird poking fun at the weapon's code name, Pio, which is both a common Japanese placeholder name and the Japanese onomatopoeia for a bird's chirp. So that's kind of cool. I like that. Alright, even in the placeholder, they're putting like little references and everything, so that's cool. I wish they kind of kept like the little bird symbolism, I guess, on the final version, but birds and soda cans don't really go well together, so that wouldn't really make much sense. Also, Sploda would have been so much cooler of a name than Fizzy Bomb. Now, I mean, yes, it is a fizzy bomb, but since Splatoon is all about puns, I mean, Sploda can for soda can and explode because when you shake it, it explodes from the fizz. So Sploda can would have been so much cooler. Like, I just call it Sploda can now. I don't even call it Fizzy Bomb. I just unironically call it Sploda can now because I just think that's a cooler name. But next we have some unused weapons, and a lot of these are actually from Splatoon 1, and we actually have a couple of new ones as well. Starting off, Dual Squelcher. As we know, Dual Squelcher was replaced by the Dually Squelchers. There still exists a model and weapon parameters for the original Dual Squelch within the files. Never had any weapon database entry in retail builds, but it did in the Testfire. So that's interesting. It had a database entry in the Testfire, but not in the actual game. So I guess they were planning on putting it in like during the Testfire, and then once the final game came out, they decided not to. But it still has data and models and parameters and everything for it in the game. They even had the custom version for it, as you can see right here. So they really wanted to have dual squelch in the game. But you know, since dualies were the new weapon type that were introduced for this game, this was the whole game's like big new addition was dualies, so it makes sense to make the dual squelch dually squelch. So that's a cool addition. Maybe we'll see dual squelch come back in Splatoon 3. I really doubt, but it would be kind of funny to have all three squelch: the original squelch, dual squelch, and then dually squelch. Next are sub weapons, and there's only two in the game that we didn't get: Seeker and Disruptor. Now, despite being the only real removed sub weapon, the Seeker still has a lot left over in Splatoon 2, even having a model in the Testfire. The reason for this is that it was intended to be used in story mode and salmon run, kind of like how Splashdown is in Splatoon 3, except for it's not used in salmon run. Anyway, Seeker still has an entry in the sub weapon database. Even in the latest versions, however, it is non-functional without manual fixing. It calls for the curling bomb model in retail builds and still has no sound effects. So when you actually get it working and use it, it just takes the curling bomb model. Next, also we have Disruptor, and this was ultimately replaced by Toxic Mist. The Disruptor still remains in the sub-weapon database, even in the latest versions. Just like the Seeker, it is non-functional without manual fixing, but most of the code still remains. It calls for the Toxic Mist model in retail builds. Now we get on to special weapons. Before I get on to the completely new ones, I'm gonna just go over all of the ones we already know about. So, as we know, Bomb Rush was replaced by Bomb Launcher. Even though it was replaced by Bomb Launcher, the Splatoon version of the special still functions perfectly, grabbing from the sub-weapon exactly as intended and lacks the 1-second sub-weapon prevention to prevent wasting ink at the end of the duration with the Bomb Launcher has. The only apparent problem is lack of UI pop-ups. Next we have Bubbler, which we know was reworked into Ink Armor, and just like Bomb Rush, the Splatoon version of Bubbler still functions to an extent in Splatoon 2. While the invincibility aspect works perfectly, you seem to be unable to share the bubble with other players. So perhaps we are going to just get Bubble as in Splatoon 1, and then it acts as Ink Armor and just applies to everyone. Does Bubbler already do that in Splatoon 1? I know absolutely nothing about Splatoon 1. It's sad, alright? As big of a Splatoon fan as I am, I know nothing about 1. Alright, I will be getting it soon, alright, don't worry. And a lot of y'all in the comments of the other videos saying that y'all still play Splatoon 1. So, like, when I get Splatoon 1, maybe I can make just like one big private lobby and we can all play together. That'd be so dope. That would be so cool. And plus, just free content. Everyone's having fun. Maybe we can be in a giant Discord call. I don't know. We'll have to figure all that out when it comes. But another one that was removed was Echolocator, which was reworked into Point Sensor. Due to the Point Sensor sub-weapon using the same tracking effect, the Echolocator still functions to an extent. Strangely seems only track bots and completely ignores real players, but other than that, it works perfectly. Next two are Ink Strike and Trizuka. They're not really too functional. Both of them are almost completely non-functional. As for Ink Strike, it slows down the player like intended, but you're unable to do anything beyond that until the special meter runs out. And for Inkzuka, it crashes the game if you try to use it. It literally just crashes the game. So that just shows how unfinished that they are. And the Killer Whale is actually in the game as well. Obviously we know that since Pearl uses Killer Whale, but this was the Splatoon 1 version. The only Splatoon special weapon to come back officially is the Killer Whale in the form of the Princess Cannon. Prior to version 4.9.0, there is an updated version of the original killer whale model in the files that were replaced by the princess cannon. So of course this makes sense. And Kraken was also supposed to be in Splatoon 2, but we know it wasn't in Splatoon 2 and it came back in 3. But just like Inkzuka and Inkstrike, Kraken is almost completely non-functional, and the camera shifts to below the stage and you can move around but not much else. So the camera kind of gets fucked a little. For the two new specials that we are apparently going to have, one is called Victory Rocket, and it is the objective weapon, so kind of like a Rainmaker, of the scrapped Rocket game mode. It's meant to be a rocket nozzle but uses the Stingray as a placeholder model. So I wasn't going to talk about this in the video, but I'll talk a little bit about it. I'll save it for whenever we get to it. There was a scrapped online game mode about some kind of rocket. Not too much information is known about it, but apparently we're going to use a special weapon like the Victory Rocket here to shoot a different rocket, and I'm not quite sure what it does. I don't remember what it does. And I think there's actually footage of that rocket nozzle, that Victory Rocket, and it's basically just like an infinite range Splash. It shoots at the same rate as Splash, but it has so much more range. So that would have been very scary. But the next one is actually called Big Bang, and I think I might know what this is. Big Bang found as a weapon bullet parameter file, but not mentioned anywhere else. It's unknown what this weapon was, but it was likely special or something related to a game mode. So with the little information that we have on this, I think it was actually it got reworked into the Rainmaker shot, because in Splatoon 1 the Rainmaker kind of was like Inkzuka, right, where it was just shot out an ink tornado, whereas in 2 and 3 when you charge the Rainmaker, it shoots a big shot and then explodes once it makes contact with the ground. So maybe that's what it was, because it is a big bang and it's related to a game mode, the Rainmaker. So maybe that was reworked into the Rainmaker shot. At least that's what I think. We have like no information on that. We have like no information on that, so that's unconfirmed. Next, we have some unused textures, and here we actually have a very early version of Snapper Canal. Now this was very interesting. Various parts are textured with an orange placeholder X mark. An axis pivot is visible in the distance. The aiming reticle is still present, indicating that this may have been a thumbnail captured by the OBG setting originally. So yeah, this is a very early version of Snapper Canal, and it looks relatively the same, except the biggest difference is right here in the middle. There are these two pillars with grates on them, and I think there's a wall missing, like by that square in the water. So the map actually looks relatively the same, but obviously there are a couple changes. Like down here on the right, it leads down into some water, which I think it extended out further before the water, or I guess the ramp's right there, but it's still relatively the same. Obviously I'm gonna have like comparison on screen right now, the finished and beta versions, but we also have a similar one for Manta Maria. And for the code name for Snapper Canal was Kawa00, and the code name for Manta Maria is Pillar00, which would later be released as Manta Maria. The boat is mostly textured with a blue placeholder X mark, and the spawn point seems to be placed incorrectly. Next we have some interesting Splatfest stuff. Now the rice and bread icons that were used in a Splatfest in Splatoon 1 have dummy images in Splatoon 2, despite us never getting that Splatfest in Splatoon 2. And just like I talked about in the other video, the egg and omelet image is still here. I think I talked about this in the very first cut content video, but this has been in every game, or it's in Splatoon 3 as well, with just an added third image there of just a boiled egg, presumably because we have 3 idols now. So maybe at some point we are going to get a Splatfest, like, oh, how do you like your eggs done? Omelet, over easy, or boiled? Something like that. It's such a free and easy Splatfest, so it's been in every single game. I'm not sure why they haven't done anything with it yet. And next we actually have a Japanese exclusive Splatfest image here. Images for the Japanese exclusive Red Fox and Green Tanuki Maruchan Ramen Splatfest in Splatoon, the first game. These are leftovers inside the Splatfest terminal model. So these are like actual real life Splatfest collaborations, which I think were cool. It's a shame we haven't had any in Splatoon 3 yet, but Splatoon 1 and 2 had like real life like collabs, like real life Splatfest stuff, so that one was pretty cool. We also have some early versions of some of the ability tickets for Ink Resistance, Quick Super Jump, and Bomb Defense, maybe? Or Ink Saver. This could be Ink Saver Sub. Yeah, this looks like it's Ink Saver Sub in the middle here. They're relatively the same, except for obviously the final versions don't have the text and they're colored differently. But other than that, they're still relatively the same. And surprisingly, there's only one unused texture for Octo Expansion. I was kind of disappointed since I love Octo Expansion. I was expecting there to be a little bit more, but all we have is this unused mem cake. An otherwise unseen sanitized Octotrooper icon called Test can be found among the memcake textures. Its departure from the rest of the memcake's stylized designs suggests this texture is nothing more than a test file. Interestingly, this icon's color scheme slightly differs from that of the sanitized Octotrooper seen in-game. So it was most likely just a test file, but it would have been cool to have it been turned into an actual memcake. And here we have some Salmon Run textures. The unused model Fish Octa contains 4 textures with no accompanying model data. So this first one's actually pretty interesting. A salmonid icon texture similar to the one seen in the background of the Salmon Run matchmaking screen. A duplicate of this texture called Simple also exists. Its file name has to do with the salmonid's Japanese name being Shake. And I think it was supposed to be Sake. I think they just added an H in here by accident, but I'm pretty sure it's Sake. And then we have another salmonid icon texture, except it oddly doesn't have a face, and it's called Pooling Big Fish. Well, that first texture we see on the left right here is called Sake. So maybe that was going to be used or like a placeholder for a boss salmonid, not really sure. And we actually have some test right here, an early version of the mini Daktronics memcake texture. The beta version looks like it was hand drawn, while the final version obviously looks like an actual image here. Everything is a lot crisper, like the lines are a lot crisper. Everything is neater, more organized, and just more defined here. And then this one I thought was pretty funny. All right, we have this little test icon right here, and the file name for it is Fucked Icon Test. The Fucked Icon Test Punk's Not Dead. So I thought that one was funny to include. And then this one's actually kind of cool. We have a bronze badge for Squid Beats, but it was never used in game because silver and gold are the only ones that are in the final game. But it's interesting to see that they did originally have a bronze badge in here. And next we have quite a few unused ink colors for multiple things. Here we have an unused ink color for Turf War. It's like a bright blue, like a teal kind of, and then a yellow. And then we have some Octo Canyon colors with like a lavender, with like a very muted pink, with a very bright pink. This color on the right here, I love this pink. That is like my favorite shade of pink. The super bright neon is really nice. Now this one is relatively the same one, except for the colors seem a bit darker, both of them actually. And then again, the same colors but just even darker, except for looks like they kind of just swapped sides. Like the purple became pink, pink became purple. And then this one actually feel like we've seen this one in game before in like one of the Splatfests. I could be mistaken, but I feel like this is a color scheme we've seen before, like a very deep gold with also a very deep purple. And this one's actually really nice. We have some scrapped Octo expansion color as well, like a very bright turquoise greenish color, like beige or cream right here. So perhaps that green was the green right here, or this turquoise, whatever that is, was going to be used for the Octarians, and then we'd use this weird cream color. I'm not sure what that would be for, but and then we have one more here for just orange and blue, but these ones don't have any parameters. And actually there were quite a few maps that didn't make it into Splatoon 2, even though they had data in the game for them. So starting, we have Camp Triggerfish was originally going to be in the game from launch, but they scrapped it and it returned on April 24th, 2018 to coincide with version 3.0. Urchin Underpass never made it in. And the Reef is one of the most interesting ones, since the Reef was the first map developed for the game, so it's possible this was used in one of the demo versions. Yeah, so the Reef was the first map ever developed for Splatoon 2, so it had an earlier demo version that was scrapped and later reworked into the main map that we have in game. Mahi Mahi was going to be in the game, it was actually one of the first maps developed, but it was omitted from early versions of the game. So early on they decided to just scrap Mahi Mahi and just bring it back in Splatoon 3. Flounder never made it in, as we know. Hammerhead never made it in. Snapper Canal, the Aqueduct stage that was seen in the Direct, wouldn't appear until October 7th, 2017. Kelp Dome again was scrapped and then returned September 16th, 2017. Anchovy Games returned on July 12th, 2018. Manta Maria has since been released, though it is unclear if this entry was used for the final map. Museum never made it in. Piranha Pit returned on March 30th, 2018. Bluefin Depot, Salt Spray Rig never made it in. And speaking of Bluefin Depot, there was a data mine a couple weeks ago on the new season for Splatoon 3, and we are getting a brand new stage, but Bluefin Depot is also coming back in Splatoon 3 along with two brand new specials called Pogo and Chimney. So that was pretty hype. I don't know where they got the information from. I already made a video on it, so it's a couple videos ago, so you can easily find it if you go to my page. But Bluefin Depot is actually returning in Splatoon 3, so that's pretty hype. Blackbelly Skate Park returned on October 27th, 2017. Arowana Mall returned February 2nd, 2018, and Walleye Warehouse returned December 15th, 2017. And then we also had, there's some Japanese exclusive gear. I'm sure you've heard about this plenty of times already, but there was a collaboration between Splatoon 2 and Korokoro Magazine, which is a Japanese gaming magazine. Only in Japan though, so the two runs of gear were made available for the Japanese comic Korokoro Magazine, where the codes will only work with the Japanese versions of the game, nor cannot be ordered via merch. Therefore making it unobtainable in other region versions. The localized names don't go unused due to them being seen during online battles. So even though we never got them outside of Japan, they still have translated names because Japanese players can still wear them. So the names for the gear are localized. And all the gear pieces they got were the Eminence Cuff, Milky Eminence Jacket, and Milky Imperials, and they were made available in November 2017 based off the outfit Emperor wore in the Splatoon manga. and the spy gear consisting of the Senyu suit, Senyu ink soles, Senyu goggles, Senyu headphones, Senyu specs were available in August 2018 issue of Korokoro based off the outfits that manga protagonists wore in the manga. We're going to start with the headgear. So for the sake of time and as well as my sanity, I'm not really going to be talking about a lot of these, especially if they're the same as the final version, with just barely anything tweaked, but I will chime in and talk about stuff that's massively different or has enough of a difference. But other than that, I'm gonna kind of just show them on screen with a side-by-side comparison and the name of it. So just to make everything flow a lot easier and not to drag it out too long. And just as a disclaimer, this video will have Splatoon 3 gameplay in the background for the majority, if not all, of this video, because I don't have a lot of Splatoon 2 gameplay and I didn't have enough time to record it. And as we all know, it's gonna take me like 3 years just to get a single match because the servers in 2 are just so dead. So I will eventually get some more Splatoon 2 gameplay. I was also thinking of just like having y'all come into a private lobby and we can just fill up a private lobby and just play together like that for some content, because that would be really fun. And then we could all just be in a big Discord call or whatever y'all want. But that would be pretty cool, being able to just play with y'all and just have that in the background, because still got quite a lot of Splatoon 2 videos to make. So if y'all are interested in that, let me know. I'll have my Discord and Twitter in the comments, I guess. I'm gonna have to make a new Discord since I'm using the one from my main channel, my main account. But anyway, if y'all are interested in that, just let me know on Twitter or Discord and we can get that set up. Something I forgot to mention in the last video is that we actually have an alternate like mid-development layout for Gobi Arena, and in here we can see it just looks more of like an outdoor basketball court than an inside one. And curiously, the inkling that we see here has both pigtail hairstyles at the same time. So it's just 3 pigtails, 2 on each side and then 1 on the back. It's kind of unsettling, but I just thought I just thought I'd mention it here since I did forget in the last video. So first we are starting with early headgear. So all of these are the designs that these headgears had before the final game, and a lot of them are pretty different while some of them are relatively similar to what they have in base game. So there's not too much to go on, just the different designs. So a lot of these aren't really going to be anything interesting. I will talk about something if it's substantial enough. But to start, we have the long build cap, which in its early design, it was more red instead of the blue that we have in game. This one's actually cool as it was actually reworked into the Blowfish Newsy in version 3.0.0, but it has an early design in 2.1.0, shaped differently from the final and marked with the kanji temporary. The gear entry is work in progress and the brand is set as Splash Mob. Next is the do-rag cap and glasses. Now it says that the texture is slightly different, but I don't really see where. The design is relatively the same except just barely different texture, but I can't tell. But here's it side by side in case y'all can. Here we can see the Senyu Bon Bon beanie. We can see over here on the right, that's its final version, and the one on the left is the one it had previously. So it was changed quite a bit. They gave it pins, they added pins to it and the little grooves in between. You can see like the pattern of the grooves in the beanie, but other than that it's still relatively the same. And this one is actually an interesting story. We have the tulip parasol added in 2.0.0, but it was a strange paper-like crumpled fedora in 1.0.0. It has no gear entry, and this headgear is strange in that it's placed far too high up, and so it floats over the player's head. The textures are brown, but it seems to render it completely white in-game normally due to the emission intensity material flag being set to max. So it used to look like this fedora, and then it got completely redesigned into what we have now. Here you can see. And not even that, but the gear got updated and separated into gendered models in 1.2.0. The female version is only slightly different, with a much stronger team color texture and a cream colored side instead of gray, and the male version is much more primitive. So it's cool how this got a complete redesign from a fedora to just like a bucket hat. This one's actually interesting as this is the Octo King face mask. I know it doesn't look like it, but in 3.0.0 it was added in as the Octo King face mask, but it was originally a Judd face mask, as you can see here in version 1.0.0. And the funny thing is that this actually shows up in an in-game advertisement as the Judd mask. So this was probably scrapped very late in development before the game released, but it's kind of cool to see that this model is still actually in the official final game. Just in an in-game advertisement, we can see the Inkling wearing it there. That one's pretty cool, I like that. Here we have the Digicamo Forge mask, and this one is also interesting. A lot of these are cool because they have extra like changes to them that you normally wouldn't think about. Like for this one, originally it was completely black mask with a Tony Kensa slogan found on some of their weapons in version 2.0.0. It was likely changed because a single color mask with text and a button on the back isn't the most visually interesting thing in the world. Everything else in the gear entry is placeholder except for the brand obviously being set to Tony Kensa and the ability being set to Inksaver sub. Here we have the Marinated headphones, which first I think is a cool name because obviously it's a play on Marina since those are her headphones. I think it's a pretty cool name, but it has a slightly different model in the unisex archive added in 3.0.0 as they were officially added in version 3.1.0, but the older model in 3.0.0 had the headphones leaning a bit more forward than the female version. I don't know what the hell happened with this. Apparently this was the null visor replica. Alright, this looks more like the tulip parasol than the damn null visor. It went from like a bucket hat to an astronaut helmet almost. I mean, we do have an astronaut helmet headpiece, but it's not this, but y'all know what I mean. This was a very big change. It's kind of cool though. This one's actually pretty cool. It is the golden toothpick that was added in version 3.1.0, but it had an earlier, more basic design in 3.0.0, lacking the ball of takoyaki. So it literally just looks like a toothpick, but without the big ass ball in the middle. Here we have a very, very early test version of the headlamp helmet. Headlamp helmet was introduced in 1.1.0, but this basic edit of it, I guess, was introduced in 1.0.0, and this is just a basic edit of the worker's cap with test written on it. This gear entry is a work in progress with no brand and no unique ability to find. Here's another interesting case of a big revamp. This pumpkin mask right here was reworked into the little devil horns in 4.1.0, and I'm not really too sure why they did that, since this pumpkin mask would kind of just fit better with Splatoon as a whole, and for, you know, Halloween fests. I'm pretty sure a pumpkin mask would fit better than some devil horns. Halloween's all about pumpkins and shit. But either way, I like the devil horns that we have now, but it would have also been cool to have this pumpkin mask in game. Next, we move on to the clothing. Here we have the Fresh Octo Tee. The one on the left and in the middle are the older designs from version 2.0.0, but it was changed into the design we have now all the way on the right in 3.1.0. The graphic tee is completely different, or the graphic on the tee is completely different, and the pin is a recolor of the one from the original basic tee instead of a unique one. And the eye coloration on the pin, it being colored pink, is intentional as indicated by the graphic on the back of the tee. Next we have the white Deca logo tee, and this actually looks very different from what we have in a base game, its final logo. added as the white Deca logo tee in 1.0.0, but the gender labeled archives have completely different pieces of gear that occupy the slot. The diffuse texture is different even between the two, so it was probably replaced by the final before the original gear was finalized. So yeah, I was originally going to have a male and female version. Here you can see on the left the female version since it's slimmer waist, and then the male version next to that. They also had different text, and the text was also different colored, as well as the zinc logo down on the bottom right was also different. Another huge remake is the Anaki Pulpo Pick tee. What is it with these names? But it was added in version 3.0.0, but it was a completely different blue graphic tee in 2.0.0. The brand tag being covered on the bottom right means this wasn't worked on very much before being replaced, since the texture couldn't be refined to even include a brand tag. So the gear entry is a work in progress with no unique ability to find and a placeholder price. So this was changed very early on, since you can tell by how different it looks and without the logo, placeholder price, or anything like that. This one is still relatively similar to the base one, but this one is supposed to be the Mrs. Shrug tee, and as you can see, it has the Mr. Shrug tee in the logo. So I'm pretty sure during development they noticed that and just changed it. But that looks like really to only be the only that looks like to be really the only change for this one. It just had the wrong logo on it. In version 3.0.0, we got the League tee on the left and the Friend tee on the right. They are both additions to the Guddle Gear set in 2.0.0, and the first one actually using a pink coloration similar to the main Octo expansion pink. I don't think that has really any correlation, but I thought it was a nice detail to add. And if you notice with both of these graphic tees, they aren't contained within a circle like the rest of the Guddle Gear tees. So there's a couple interesting things about the Tentatek slogan tee. Obviously, first, the design looks very, very different, but it's actually a reversed version of the Crustware XXL using the standard tee model with a tag. Even more weirdly, the BFMDL is labeled with TES053, so it's unknown what slot the Crustware may have originally been used for. But the current label for this is TES054, and TES053 is actually the Friend tee that I just talked about in the previous section. So that's pretty interesting. These two are actually kind of weird. First, here on the left we have the black Guddle Gear LS, and you'd assume that the one on the right is called the white Guddle Gear LS, but that's actually not the case, and these aren't even Guddle Gear according to the files. For this first one, the black Guddle Gear, it oddly has a Guddle Gear tag on it, but it's set to Anaki in the files. So that one's kind of strange. And the same one with the white one here, which is called the Takaroka Crazy Baseball LS. That's not Guddle Gear or Takaroka, since this one is also set to Anaki. Here on the left, next to the Takaroka Crazy Baseball LS, we can see the final version in game. So like this is the actual Takaroka gear, while the one next to it, just to the left of it, that's the white version, and it was called Takaroka. It looks like the black Guddle Gear, but it's labeled as Anaki. These two were just so confusing. It's just so confusing trying to figure it all out, because they got the Guddle Gear logo, but they're named Anaki in the files, but they're actually from Takaroka. So yeah, that one was just kind of funny trying to figure out everything. It may not look like it, but this is actually an early version of the Kensa coat. I know it looks nothing alike, but it used to look more of like a blue satin jacket. It actually looks similar to the one I'm going to talk about next, but yeah, it's kind of wild to see how big of a change it was. So this kind of begs the question, was Kensa gear just supposed to look like regular gear, and then they decided to just make it unique and go the black, white with the red? because this looks nothing like Kensa gear that we've seen, and Kensa gear has only ever been black, white, and red. It's never had any other like crossover or little one-off thing like an outlier. It's always just been consistently black, white, and red. So it's very funny to see that this is how the Kensa coat used to look like. And speaking of that next one, we have the Deep Octo Satin Jacket. It actually has multiple designs. So the one you're looking at on the very left is the 1.0.0 design. It's lacking any embroidery, so it looks just like a basic jacket. And then in version 2.1.0, it got this one in the middle with a different shade of pink and alternate embroidery. And then we finally, in version 3.0.0, got the one here on the far right as the final version of the gear. Another Kensa related one, we have the light bomber jacket right here, and this is on the left. You can see the early design it had in 1.0.0, and in the middle is the final design for 2.0.0. And it's actually a color inverted version of the Kensa pullover coat, except it obviously lacks the Tani Kensa logo on the sleeve pin. This one actually kind of pisses me off a little bit. Here on the left, we have the Milky Eminence jacket and Navy Eminence jacket. These are the early versions, and on the right, you can see those are their final versions. In the early version for the Milky, it has this gold band in the middle that isn't there. And then for the Navy, it's all black, where the sleeves and everything were gold in the original version, or in the early version. And I'm so mad because the Milky Eminence jacket, and all of the other Milky stuff for that matter, is Japanese exclusive to the Korokoro collaboration that I already covered in last video. So only people in Japan get all the Milky stuff with the Eminence cuff, the Eminence, the Milky Eminence jacket. I think was what the Milky Eminence Emperors, whatever the shoes were called. But the entire outfit was just so clean, and we never got it. We weren't ever allowed to get it in 2 or 3. So I'm kind of mad that they get to step out in this clean ass outfit that we will never get. Here we see an early version of the custom painted F3 added in version 2.0.0. Here on screen we see it is an earlier design from 1.2.0 with different logos, and the creature on the back has a stylized kanji for temporary on its body. The gear entry appears to be complete aside from a placeholder price of $96,999 and is set to have the Inksaver main ability. These next two are early versions of the Kung Fu Zip Up on top and the Panda Kung Fu Zip Up on the bottom. Now, the Kung Fu Zip Up looks relatively the same, just obviously not as much detail since it is just a generic blank jacket model. But the more notable difference is the Panda Kung Fu Zip Up, which you can tell is very different. Not only is it black and white instead of just all completely white, even the little tassels to hold the buttons together are colored black for the Panda. Next, we actually have two versions of the Senyu suit. All the way here on the left is its earliest version, the one in the middle is the revision, and then the one on the right is the final version that we have now. The very earliest version just has a slightly different mesh. There's not much difference between the three of these, but the earliest version has a slightly different mesh. The middle one is the revision that we got in version 3.0, and the notable difference is that it has no pin and no extra details on some of the textures. And then we finally got the one on the right, version 3.2.0. Next, we have the fishing vest that was added in version 2.0.0, but in its 1.0.0 version, it looked more like a generic silver and green vest. So nothing too insane. It looks more just like a hoodie, but with a platinum vest over top of it. Whereas in the base game, it looks like an actual vest, or fishing vest at least. Here we have the Hot House hoodie, and it's actually gone through quite a bit of change. Now again, like the one on the left is its earliest version, the one in the middle is its revision, and then the one on the right is the final version. Now it looks like they went from camo to more of like a tropical flower type of feel, and the first one on the left was its 1.2.0 version, and the gear entry is a work in progress with a placeholder price, and the brand being Firefin with the ability being special power up. Now it got a revision and updated in version 2.0.0, having even more uniquely colored sections and keeping the same splotchy theme, but with the blue changed to a cream. The ability was also changed to quick respawn, and then in version 3.0.0 we got what we have now on the far right. Just like the Null Armor visor, the Null Armor replica also has a different design, the earliest being on the left, the revision in the middle, and the current on the right. Instead of just saying that every time, I mean, I'm sure y'all already know, when I have the three pieces, it's going to be the earliest, the revision, and then the final, so I don't need to be saying that every time. But its earliest version was in 3.0.0, and then the one in the middle actually was also in the same version, 3.0.0, so they changed it relatively soon. And then we have the final version, which came in 3.1.0. The only difference between the revision and the final is that the mesh and textures are just slightly different. So here the Squidor Polo on the top and the Inkerlight vest on the bottom use the same test placeholders with just different colors. So I think that's interesting how even though they use the same placeholders, they actively went and changed the color of the second one to go more in line, or at least to tell the difference. I guess that's why, is to so that when they see them together they don't get confused of which one is. So I guess it makes a bit more sense, but obviously just a version later they were changed to their original designs, 1.0.0, 1.1.0. Now we move on to early versions of the shoes, and this has the least amount compared to the headgear and the clothing. Here we have the suede gray lace-ups that were introduced in version 3.0.0, but they actually used a less detailed version of the suede nation lace-ups in version 2.0.0, and the gear entry is work in progress and the brand is set to zinc. Speaking of zinc, we have the chocolate Dacronics from version 3.0.0, and these were actually created pretty early on, as they're from version 1.0.0, where they were colored yellow and blue, and they have a placeholder gear entry. Back to Eminence, here we have the Milky Imperials and the Navy Imperials. The Milky Imperials on the top didn't really have a texture until version 2.1.0 is when they were introduced. But way back in 1.0.0 they didn't have a model. Their model wasn't textured. But then down here the Navy Imperials were introduced in version 2.0.0, but were first from 1.2.0, but they had the Milky Imperials with a blue subcolor instead of red. So these ones are always so confusing. Trying to explain these Eminence ones, especially these shoes, are kind of confusing because the Navy ones look like the Milky, and the Milky don't have a model or a texture. So it's kind of confusing. In version 2.0.0 we got the yellow Iramaki 750s, but in 1.2.0 they were black Norimaki 750s with pink to sky blue soles. These are probably my favorite piece of gear in this entire video. These right here, the coloring with the pink and sky blue soles, I love this. Not so much the design of the shoe, but the coloring I love. With that design actually kinda goes pretty hard. Next two we have the Squid Kid 5s, the red and white on top and then the honey and orange on the bottom. Now the red and white Squid Kids, the coloration is still relatively the same, but if you see, the designs for them are a lot more basic than the ones we got in the base game. And the brand is set to Tenatech. But as for the honey and orange Squid Kids, the color was a lot different. It looks more of like the Marina type of blue. but they were ultimately changed into the orange and honey that we have now, and I love this color combination. That looks so clean. The honey and orange Squid Kid vibes look so clean. I love like that deep orange with the yellow. It's so good. Here we have the Anaki Tigers introduced in version 3.0.0, but in version 2.1.0 they were a light brown colored version of the Anaki Habaneros. The gear entry is work in progress with the ability set to sub power up. Here we have probably one of the biggest changes, the no boots replica in version 3.1.0, but in version 3.0, just barely before that, they were a pair of yellow roller skates. So, I mean, it kind of makes sense why they changed that, because that would just look goofy. Just the Octarian, the enemy Octarian just rolling around on roller skates. That'd be kind of funny, but it would be hella goofy. We have here an early version of the Neo Octoling boots, two of them actually. This first one we see on the left, it's the one we have now except lacking the belts and with much more basic texture. And then the one on the right is an even earlier version than that, but we only have a texture for that. It just has the text new found on it. This one I actually think is kind of cool. I know you can't really tell the difference between the three here because there really isn't any. The only difference is that the final version all the way on the right is just angled slightly different. The rotation at which the camera is looking at it is different. That's really the only difference. But what I found cool is that in Salmon Run, we got a new enemy in Splatoon 3 called the Flipper Flopper. So it's kind of cool that they share a name. Not that it really has anything to do with each other. As soon as I saw these, I thought of the Salmon Run enemy. Now we're moving on to the Unused gear. And to start off, it's actually pretty cool. Here we have the legend cap from Splatoon directly ported from it. The models can be found in the base 1.0.0 files, and it has a placeholder gear entry beyond still being a part of the Cuddle Gear brand. This gear is a special case in that it actually has a name entry in the message file, which means it may have been shifted over to a Salmon Run reward fairly late in development. It seems they may have considered bringing it back without Grizzco branding, as a new unisex model was added in version 2.1.0. It's mostly similar to the final cap of Legends, but the texturing is completely different. The gear entry was updated to support more hairstyles and to use the new unisex model. Although these two are slightly different, I'm going to include them in the same slot because of a common thing they have. So the first one here is a Kodo cap from Splatoon 1, and the second one is a street style cap that we never got in game. But this third one over here on the right, the green one, it's just a generic color changing cap that's possibly a template model type of hair. That can be found in version 3.0.0 actually, because we have quite a lot of hats that just look like this, just regular brimmed hats. So it would make sense for them to just make one template that they for all of the caps. These ones are just a basic textures for what was supposed to be a beanie and then a model for bandanas. Now the bandana here has the same base model as the fish fry biscuit bandana and black fish fry bandana, but the bandana and the beanie are their completely own separate things that weren't really ever used for anything. But an interesting thing about these bandanas is that it has a work in progress gear entry with a placeholder price and the brand being Tenatech and the ability being set to Tenacity, despite us never getting this in game actually. This is probably the most interesting entry in the entire video. This is an infamous mask modeled after the final boss of Octo Expansion, NILS or Annihilus. The model is first found in version 3.0.0 and has a gear entry that was removed in 3.1.0. The gear entry indicates that it was intended to be another piece of unlockable reward gear in Octo Expansion. Notably, the entry for this was replaced with the Teddy Band in Splatoon 3, marked the only time throughout the entire series where a gear piece's ID has been replaced. So I know this has been covered before, but this mask would have been really cool to have in the base game, and it could just be used to show that you completed Octo expansion, just like, you know, being able to play as Octolings in Splatoon 2. So not really sure why they took this out. It would have been a cool mask to have. It would have been kind of creepy too, to like get splattered by someone and then you see them wearing that. That would have been cool. But unfortunately we didn't. And even the name, this is kind of off topic, but the name for the statue, NILS, kind of sounds like nihilist. A nihilist is a person who believes that life is meaningless and rejects all religion and moral principles. Which, if you think about it, kind of goes hand in hand with Tartar, who he thinks that Inkling and Octoling life is worthless and he's trying to wipe them all out to create his ultimate life form. So the mask and the, I guess, statue that he operates being called NILS, kind of sounding like nihilist, is a really cool fitting detail that I haven't heard anyone talk about. So I thought that was a pretty cool detail that I should include. Okay, so I just showed a lot of just test stuff, since, I mean, I didn't really have to explain any of that. There was really no need to. It's kind of self-explanatory. They're just test models. But these next ones are actually so cool. They're actual real life collaborations. So the first ones here on the left are Nike collaboration shoes made for the Japan newest versus most popular Splatfest add-in 3.0.0. They're a replica of the real-life Nike Air Max 95s that were only used in a promotional render alongside an unobtainable shirt. Players got the Sea Slug Volt 95s, which are meant to be reminiscent of the actual shoes without using the Nike branding. The gear entry is placeholder and the brand is set to no brand. So that's actually pretty cool. And then the second ones here over on the left are Nike collaboration shoes made for the Japanese newest and most popular Splatfest, again added in 3.0.0. A replica of the real-life Nike Air Max 270s that were only used in a promotional render alongside an unobtainable shirt, while players got the Sesame Salt 2070s, or 270s, which are meant to be reminiscent of the actual shoe without using the Nike branding. The gear entry is placeholder, and the brand is set to no brand. So it's really cool that we got actual Nike collaborations, yet we never got the actual shoes in game. Like, if we actually did get these, bro, I'd be wearing the shit out of these the Air Max 270s right here on the left, on the right. That coloration, I love the white, black, and like turquoise color. I guess that's why I like Marina so much. That color combination is very clean. So next is one of the more interesting parts of the video, and this is unobtainable gear. Now, while the developers only ever released the Octolead goggles through Salmon Run, leftover files indicate that the rest of the Octolead set was planned to be released as well. They're completely finished with their own icons and name entries in the message files, but for whatever reason we never got the set. Also, the only other non-promotional gear from Splatoon aside from the Octolead set that was never released was the Tentacles helmet. Oddly enough, it was shown off in the trailer for 3.0.0, indicating they had plans to release it. Just like the Octolead set, it's completely finished with its own icon and name entry in the message files, but again, for whatever reason, they never released this one. As for more Octoling stuff, even though the Octoling shades used by elite Octolings are never meant to be used by players, they have their own icon for player usage. And even more curious, when they're forcefully equipped, the game seems to intentionally block the kelp physics. So I'm not too sure why the game is so hard pressed against the Octoling shades here. And these three pieces are kind of iffy. They're a little confusing. But while the gear itself technically isn't unused or unobtainable, as it's used in scenarios where no specific gear is called for, all three actually have real gear meshes set to not display. These pieces of gear likely date back to the well-known rabbit prototypes of the original Splatoon. So, putting this on hold for a second, if y'all don't know, Splatoon went through a lot of development, as we know. But some of the earliest concepts for Splatoon, the original game, was that we were originally supposed to play as like rabbits, like rabbit animals. And then once that got shot down, they were going to opt for Mario characters, and you can actually see a screenshot of Yosh here in Splatoon, which is just so funny. And then eventually decided to reside on the squids and octolings that we have now. But even before that, there was these other different type of design for the squid that just looked kind of off before we finally got what we have now. So these three pieces of gear were created way back when we were supposed to be playing as fucking rabbits. That's so insane. And these hidden meshes are in the first game's invisible gear as well. The visor except in a different color and can be seen in the development screenshot. So damn, that's actually really cool that you can even see on the visor there is like a little rabbit pin to kind of just show how old these pieces of gear are. Oh my god. So I guess these are going to be like the default gear that we start with. You know, whenever we start a game, we have the default gear. And I think this visor was going to be that. And the fake contacts also have a hidden piece of gear, that being the original game's white headband. Around 2009 to 2011, according to conceptual art dates, concepts for a shooter game involving bunnies were created during the development of the Wii U. The developers wanted to go for a world based on street culture due to its contemporary design and due to its derivation from counterculture acting as a rebellion against the mainstream. Thus, the bunnies were apparently designed to be like that. Bunnies were originally conceptualized in Splatfest shirts representing teams before it was decided to give them gear. Here, this image is actually the first draft of conceptual art that was ever made, at least the earliest that we've been able to find. And this one here is a slightly later draft of a male and female bunny showing a simplified style. And it looks like the distinguishing qualities between the male and female is that the males have bigger, pointier tails, while the females have longer or smaller, rounder tails. But they also did concept art of the hub world, which interestingly shows the idea dating back to September 10th, 2009 in the second image. But as for the first image, Miiverse posts were originally text rather than drawings. They also had Miis displaying next to the message. The buildings appeared to be displaying in Japanese and English rather than the fictitious Inkling language. There's a road marking called My Room, which probably hints at a scrapped room customization feature. And Splatoon fans have been asking for this for a while. They've been asking for like our own apartment or room, kind of just like our own little hub area to customize. We kind of got a little taste of that with lockers in Splatoon 3, but nowhere near what people have actually been wanting. A slightly later revision showing the earliest layout of the plaza, but with semi-finalized buildings that would appear in slightly later concept art. It was also seemed to be the stage that bunnies could wear various types of gear. And now this one has gone through multiple changes before the final, obviously. Some of them being that the Kitsune and Tanuki statues were originally two lion dogs, which seemed to be gods. The shoe, shirt, and hat shops were all separate. All of them would be together in the final game. The box on the left says jump practice, implying that jumping was an element in battles. It's also likely an early version of the recon system. The supposed mechanic would probably be reworked into the Extreme Jump Battle Challenge introduced in version 4.0.0 of Splatoon 3. So they're pulling ideas all the way back from Splatoon 1 early development and putting them in Splatoon 3. I love the way that the developers reuse previously unused and forgotten stuff in the series in the newest games. It's so cool. And oddly enough, there's no headgear shop despite bunnies being shown wearing them in other concept art that we will see later on. And on the left seems to be a scrapped store near the train saying General Goods Store, and the cat in the middle of the plaza may be an early Judd. Here we have concept art of a Splatfest dated September 3rd, 2011. There are some differences in this concept art. The team they're fighting for is udon versus soba noodles. The judge appears to be some sort of sinister robot-like figure that bears resemblance to the Flatwoods monster, a famous extraterrestrial cryptid with a gigantic golden crab next to it. And the top right concept is a parody of the Glyco Man, the mascot for the Japanese confectionery company Glyco. This concept art appears to take place in a completely different area due to more television screens, the lack of the bunny-eared tower, and 2 giant statues. Also, the Splatfest was originally more of a Japanese traditional festival as opposed to a modern-day festival with a concert. The former would be loosely revised in Splatoon 3, carrying deep cuts, chaotic mix of Japanese, Brazilian, and Indian cultures. We also have very early concepts for some of the weapons in the game, so not only the iconic Splattershot exists at that point, but a few other weapon concepts were drafted too, such as the arrow spray you can see right here. But after the Wii U's launch in 2012, in November of 2012, Nintendo's developmental team were tasked to create a new type of game not bound by existing genres. So they thought up of a total of 70 video game ideas in the span of 6 months after the Wii U's launch. They were going all out on this. One of them notably, which would later be Splatoon. Initially, they didn't want to create new characters, but rather a game with a new structure. The developers stated that quite a few of the concepts made it into the final game, but that some of them were reworked into other video games. So as for this image here, this actually holds quite a bit of information. The image on the left showing the hexagonal panel spaces tucked in with the others bears a striking resemblance to the Desert Island Escape mode that was introduced in Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival. The bottom right image where a space-based panel is seen may have been reworked in the Super Mario 3D World's Captain Toad mode and eventually its spin-off game Captain Toad's Treasure Tracker. The picture of spacemen shooting enemies seems to be the closest idea to what became of Splatoon in the end, though it may have also been reworked in the Metroid Prime Federation Force. The concept also seems to have loosely reworked into the Salmon Run mode in Splatoon 2, while the aesthetics likely inspired that of Side Order from Splatoon 3. Fast forward a couple years and the very first prototype of Splatoon was created in late 2013, where it showed incredibly primitive blocks that were supposed to resemble plain tofu and sesame tofu, representing contrasting colors. The initial game was to play as them and shoot ink around a map to cover turf. They could not dive into ink and instead used the ink of their color to hide in. The tofu and ink were almost the same color, so the tofu essentially used the ink as camouflage. This prototype was also initially envisioned as an online game, which established the classic 4v4 online battles, causing the overall playability led to this tech demo being the biggest out of the biggest out of the many ideas. And we actually have some video footage of that, so I'm gonna play that for y'all right now.
そこから生まれたのがスプラトゥーンの元となるアイデアです。
The idea that formed the basis for Splatoon emerged from this process.
最初の施策は平面的なマップ上で、直方体のキャラクターを操作し白黒のインクを吹き出すシンプルなものでした。手っ取り早く直方体でキャラクターを作ったんですけども、私たちはこれを豆腐と呼んでいました。
Our initial prototype was fairly simplistic. You would move a cube-shaped character around a flat map, shooting out white or black ink. We used cubes because they were easy to create and eventually ended up calling them blocks of tofu.
しかしこの時点で複数台の Wii U を通信でつなぎチーム戦で地面を塗った面積で勝敗を決めるスプラトゥーンの遊びの基本はできていました。もちろん相手を攻撃してやっつけることもできます。
Linking together multiple Wii U consoles allowed us to have team battles in which we'd compete to cover the most area with our own team's ink, and that became the core of Splatoon's gameplay. Of course, you can also attack and defeat your opponents.
So it's actually really cool just to see how primitive Splatoon used to be, and just seeing the difference between how it is now and even the very, very earliest prototypes of it. It's really come a long way, but unfortunately this wouldn't last long, as tofu blocks didn't seem to be a good idea with developers, so they wanted to go for a more humanoid character, which were experimented using a basic polygonal base. The transition to humanoid characters caused a bit of a stir within the team, however, because it destroyed the point of hiding concept due to the tofu being able to blend in with the environment in comparison to human figures. They went with a top-down view in the end, where inking walls would not count towards the amount of turf inked, unlike the tech demo. For several pieces of concept art, it came down to bunnies and human-like characters. It also showed early elements of what would form the basis of the game, such as how weapons are operated and how they hid under the ink. At this point in development, they went with a completely new character, which were initially bunnies. They were chosen due to their black and white color scheme, so it would be easy to see if they were inked, and ears so they could be seen facing directions they moved when viewed from top down. They thought it was a better option than the tofu blocks. Interestingly, the prototype rabbit in the blue image is wearing a shirt that says udon in Japanese, whereas Splatfests may have been considered early in development. They also made concept art of the hub world and what would eventually be Splatfests. The hub world shows many unseen concepts that would be changed or reworked in the final. Judd appears to look more like a Rakugo style judge rather than a regular instructor, the only design that made it to the final. The blue bird holding a t-shirt on the left was likely reworked into Jalonzo, and the Tanuki wearing a wielding mask next to the blue bird is probably an early version of Sheldon, except with a motif of forging weapons rather than running an army surplus in the final version of the game. The alligator on the right is either an early version of Krusty Sean or Annie. The old dog-like creature is likely Captain Cuttlefish. Interestingly, on the television screen is a frog as a news anchor rather than the Squid Sisters in the final. It's possible that they weren't completely conceptualized yet, and the Tanuki and Kitsune statues remained in the final game. I also have a collection of screenshots here from a slideshow on display at the London V&A Museum, described as an evolution of level and environmental design. The layout appears to bear resemblance to that of the Urchin Underpass, and the build that shows the placeholder bunny model. So I'm going to do a quick little slideshow of those right here. And now here we have some screenshots that show the finalized bunny models before they ultimately switched over to squids. Some concept art was drawn up for the general idea of the setting, which were shown in Famitsu. Later on, the bunnies were developed to wear gear, use weapons, and hide into ink, which would form the basis of the final game. In order to go with the game's refined urban and street culture worldview, the font had to be designed specifically for that setting, and we have two screenshots here. And though the two images have examples of font tests before the finalized one was used, the images have noticeable differences in them. The overall splat aesthetic of the graphic design was more clay-like, and oddly, despite the game being developed for the Wii U, a spot pass feature is mentioned which isn't included within the console since we know that is only a 3DS thing. So imagine Splatoon on 3DS. I don't know how well that would run, but it would be a very interesting idea. And the second image shows yet another unfinished testing area, and the first image appears to be a modified version of the test battlefield in an early screenshot. Early drafts of the iconic Splatoon font were designed. Tachibana couldn't find a font that matched the aesthetic of the game, so he designed his own. He described the English font as thick like a sports brand, while the Japanese font was described as organic lines flowing like liquid. Next up was the UI, which took inspiration from the font. He used keywords like squids in sports, which gave way to certain keywords of designing the menus, and we can start to see the first instance of squids coming into play here. And notably, the second image here appears to show the orange versus blue turf war, which would be used during the development phase and which would be the iconic colors of Splatoon 1. Not too long after, around early 2014, when a build of the game with bunnies was shown internally to sales and advertising staff within the company, the overall reception was mixed. One notable question was why bunnies used ink, which didn't add to the appeal of the character. It was also because developers noticed that it would be easier to see ink on bunnies due to their color contrasting a bit too much with the ink, so they decided to change up the characters as a result. In the image on the right, the holding animation for the brush is reused from the splatter shot, likely as a placeholder. And interestingly enough, a recording was made during development at Nintendo that involved Shigeru Miyamoto play testing the game. A brief clip of the footage was shown in an official video promoting the V&A Museum. It was recorded in 2014 and approximately 20 minutes of footage was shown at the exhibition, so I'm going to show you the little clip of it here now, at least of the Splatoon prototype. At one point, it was considered at Miyamoto's suggestion to make the game a Mario spin-off, with various colors of Yoshi and Mario appearing as playable characters. The developmental team thought that the idea would be a rather radical departure from the series' usual gameplay style and would be better off making it into a new IP. The developers focused on a character design idea that would logically dive into the ink and swim, so they went with some other choices like spacesuits, matching one of the earliest game concepts, and generic humans until they settled onto squids and eventually human-squid hybrids. Eventually, the developers decided to go with two completely different forms for each mode of gameplay, a squid for swimming in ink and a humanoid for shooting ink as seen in the completed game. And near the end of development and before release, we have some pre-E3 2014 stuff. Here we have some early designs for icons for the abilities of this game, and many of the icons appear to be in a rough state, and even one of them being removed. Here we can see the heart. We're not really sure which or what it was supposed to be for, but my guess is that it would have given us more health, which already that would break the game, alright? That would be meta, along with the quick super jump and stealth jump meta that was already in Splatoon 1. This would be very stupid. Pair that with Bubbler and you're basically unkillable. Now imagine if that was in Splatoon 2, okay, with ink armor and this health increasing. That would be absolutely stupid. And that's really the gist of it. Splatoon 1 came out just a year later in May 28th, 2015, kickstarting the wonderful series that we have now. Nintendo took a risk on a brand new IP for their brand new console, and thankfully it paid off, and now here we are with 3 whole games, with 2 of them having DLC and hopefully a 4th on the way sometime in the future. Splatoon is a very successful IP for Nintendo, and it's still relatively new. It's not even a decade old yet, and it's still doing better than some of their other series that are well over decades, like Star Fox and F-Zero. I am praying for a new Star Fox game. Please, Nintendo, just give it to me just once, all right? I just want one new Star Fox game. But Splatoon really did kind of blow up and become a big hitter for Nintendo. They took a risk and it paid off. Before we start anything, we actually have a clip from Splatoon 3. So apparently this Splatoon stamper originally had a charge hold function, kind of like Nautilus or chargers. And this was brought to my attention by Grey Pig on Twitter. He let me know, or they let me know about this clip, so here it is. Now, if you remember in one of my previous videos, I talked about how Gobi Arena, Manta Maria, and Snapper Canal all had like very early designs, I guess, beta designs. Now we also have another one here, but for a humpback pump track. And this one is a lot more finished, but it has some differences. As you can see here, over on the right, there is a ramp here that isn't in the final game, and even up over that ledge, the ground over there is a lot more flat. So that little ramp right there on the right typically pops up more in the final version, but it's more flatter. As long as just that whole area over there is a lot more flatter. And that really seems to be about the major difference, is that the two ramps right there. The first one down on the lower level is just completely gone in the base game, and then the ramp right above it is a lot more parallel to the ground, I should say. It's not parallel, but it's more parallel than it is in the final game. I actually like this one a lot. Here, this one is an early teaser for Salmon Run, and there's quite a few differences. So starting up at the top left, we can see that the chum here were originally going to be purple with yellow clothes and hair, I guess, as opposed to the green with orange hair in the base game. So that's a big difference. I feel the orange and yellow fits a bit more, maybe because I'm just used to that, but the yellow and purple would have been interesting to see. And then just below that, we see the lobby for a Grizzco, where here we can see the Inkling sitting in a chair, as in the base game we're just standing. So I actually would have liked the chair. That would have been a cool addition. Now here at the bottom we can see the size difference. I don't know if this is supposed to be a scale of like a size proportion, but the Inkling is really small here compared to the Chum, which are massive. And here we can see again that purple and yellowish green variant here right next to the original. And then next to that seems like an even earlier version where the hair is actually a lot shorter. This looks more like little Buddy. I think this is actually supposed to be a small Fry. We can see it's very different from what we have in base game. And even the Griller, this is a very early version of the Griller with the Chum just fully sticking out, as opposed to having a lid over it with just all the tails coming out in a circle. It looks like he's actually being cooked in a stew right here. So I mean, I can understand why they changed that one. And in here we have two versions of the Steelhead. The first one right here looks kind of disgusting because there's nothing on its head. It's just this bare head, so it looks uncomfortable. And then this one over here just has a frying pan. So a lot of these bosses went over a lot of redesign before the game came out. One case where it hasn't so much is the Stinger right here on the right. Only thing that's really different is all like the pots that it's sitting on. They're more uniform, I guess. But this entire image is just really interesting to look at, to see how early, how all of the early concepts for Salmon Run look, because I love Salmon Run. It's probably my favorite game mode right after Rainmaker, but seeing early Salmon Run stuff is always so great to see. The next few images we have look like they're some kind of setup or display for an exhibit of some kind. I'm not really too sure what exactly these are, but we have multiple images. Here we see a ton of stuff here, but the most notable is down here in the bottom right. We can see a rival Octoling hanging out with Inklings. Actually, here she's got the orange hair, she's hanging out with all these Inklings, so that's pretty cool to see. And now that I look at it a bit more, this almost kind of looks like Agent 8. I know the hair isn't exactly the same, but at least the colors are very close. The reddish orange to the pink, it's very close. So I wonder if this was actually going to be an early design for Agent 8, as you know, this is still early in Splatoon 2 development. I'm fairly confident they already had the idea of Octo expansion while they were creating Splatoon 2. So this actually might be an early version of Agent 8. And there's actually a lot more to this image than I realized. So up here in the top right, we actually have a cover of the Splatoon 2 cover, the actual like soundtrack of the game, which is so cleverly named Splatoon, T-U-N-E. And then right next to that, we have the cover, like the home icon for the actual game with the two Inklings butting heads. Basically, we can see it above there, and then the sketch right below it. And then below all that, we have some sketches of Salmon Run bosses, and then there's a chum near the golden egg. So here they seem fairly similar to their final designs. It looks like they've finalized it all. And this is like right before the game is about to launch. And then we have another image here of that Octoling hanging out with the Inklings. So this looks even more like Agent 8 than it did before. Okay, there is a lot to talk about for this one. This one is interesting. So we're just gonna go from the top down. Over here in the all the way in the very left corner, we have Marie, her final design. So this is pretty accurate to the final game. And then we also have Callie next to her. And under that, actually a little bit more over to the right, we have Callie's design. And if you look back there, it's kind of blurry, but you can see Marie as well. So look, she has a very similar design to Callie. Maybe this was just a concept, or if Marie got captured instead, or maybe Marie wears this outfit. I don't know. I haven't beaten the Splatoon 2 story mode, all right, or 3, or I haven't even started 1 either, so I'm not too sure. And then next to her looks like another version of Callie over there, even more blurry. But under that seems to be some sheet music. Now I have no idea how to read music, so I don't know what song this is. I'm assuming it's Spicy Calamari Incantation, but the notes don't really match up as far as I'm knowledgeable about. So anyone who knows how to read music can tell me what this is. That would be very much appreciated. Now over here we get to Off the Hook, and here we actually see some storyboard art, I guess, of Pearl and Marina. Looks like they're eating out together. So this one's really cool. Seeing Marina wear green is kind of throwing me off a little bit, at least this dark green, since she has more of a turquoise color. But it is still nice to see Off the Hook, you know, doing stuff outside of music and just see what they do in their leisure time. All right, I would not mind like a manga or something of just like the everyday normal life of the idol bands, like the Squid Sisters, Off the Hook, Deep Cut, of just them going around doing normal stuff. That would be kind of cool to see. And then next to that, we see a half image of just Pearl laying there. Looks like she's got part of her she's got her crown on. It looks like she's got a black shirt on. This could like be symbolizing the final fest. I really doubt it, but it would be cool. I'm already used to seeing her in black. So, and then moving down, we have this image. I was trying to figure out what the hell this was for the longest, but I don't know what's going on here. Obviously we see Marina laying down here and her hair is blue. She's got on this top hat and a cane, okay? And then we see Pearl over here with her Emperor dualies and her little crown on. But what is happening? Is Pearl like on top of Marina? I can't really tell what's going on. It's all just jumbled together right here with all this black and yellow. I can't really tell what this is. I think that yellow is Pearl's legs, and then that big yellow part at the top is her shoe. I don't really know what's happening in this image, so please let me know. And then next to that we have Pearl here with a chicken on her head, and looks like maybe Agent 3 is next to her, since you can see the yellow. All right, moving past a lot of the storyboard stuff, mainly because it's kind of hard to even see that because it's so faint. But this is my favorite part of the image. Here we have some very, very early art of Off the Hook. Way back when Pearl was supposed to be an Octoling. So Pearl originally was supposed to be an Octoling, and this you can kind of tell by the Japanese name for Off the Hook is Tentacles, or at least their early name in Japanese was Tentacles. So Pearl actually was supposed to be an Octoling, but for some reason they changed their minds later in development. And here we have some early models of them. This one over here on the left with Pearl's got that like hair sticking out in 4 directions. I like that. I like that design a lot. This design looks really nice. And then even the one next to that where she's got the red hood on, and then Marina, I'm not really sure what Marina's wearing, but Marina stayed relatively the same. It looks like this one over here on the right was a later version or an earlier version than the one here on the left. And it's kind of throwing me off because of the one on the left, Marina has a design closer to her final design, while Pearl has a design closer to her final design on the right. So it's kind of swapped. Pearl has an early version while Marina has a late version on the left, and on the right Pearl has the early version, Marina has the late version. So that one's kind of throwing me off, but it's really cool to see how Pearl was going to be an Octoling along with Marina. And then this one down here, I don't even know, bro. I don't even know. Why does she look like that? Look at her. Why is Pearl so lanky? All right, she already gets roasted and made fun of enough because of how she looks. Just imagine if this is how she was going to be in the final game. All right, we'd never hear the end of it. Poor Pearl, all right? We need some justice for Pearl because they did her so dirty here. What is that? And then next to that, we have the final designs for Pearl and Marina. And it looks like there's some image that's overlaid on top of this one because Marina has some like faded out splatters on her face and some kind of design or something. And it looks like something sticking out of her head. I don't know what's going on with this and what this is overlaying. Again, like I said, I think this is some type of exhibit. So this could be like glass panels and there's something behind here that's reflecting on Marina, but I'm not really sure. But below that, we have some expressions from Pearl and Marina, and under there you can see we have some more art of the salmonid or the salmon run bosses, the boss salmonids. And then just to the right of those expressions, we see here we have some inklings competing in a turf war. And it looks like this might actually be a Splatfest because there's 2 different themes on each side. I'm not really too sure what they are or what they say, but you can see below them there's 2 different symbols. So I'm assuming this is some type of Splatfest. So this image and the last one were actually right next to each other when the pictures were taken. So some of the pictures that were like cut off halfway in the last one are here. So I'm gonna try to connect those together to kind of make the full picture. But I did forget to mention one other set of pictures here with Pearl and Marina. that we can see here. And there's another one where I was confused, where it showed Pearl with some like yellow tentacles. The other half is just Marina, but with orange hair, making it even more confusing. All right, but besides that, I enjoyed this picture a lot because it's Octo expansion, and I love Octo expansion. But here, starting, the thing that caught my eye and just interested me the most is this picture right here. All right. What is this weapon that he's holding? What is this weapon? At first I thought this was a squeezer, but that's not a squeezer. This doesn't look like a weapon we've had before. Alright, I'm not really too sure what it is. It looks kind of like a turkey baster, if I'm being real. This looks like a turkey baster. Is this like an order squeezer? Because you know we got like the order dualies and the order stamper and side order. This could be an order squeezer. That would be so dope. Obviously it's not, but I am confused. What is this weapon supposed to be? Is this an even like earlier version of the splatter shot? Were they going to like redesign all the weapons for Octo expansion, but then realized that wouldn't make much sense? I'm really confused what that is, but it looks like a very cool weapon to use. Here over next to that on the right, we have an early drawing, I guess, of Agent 8 waking up in the deep sea metro right here before the train comes. And just below that, we actually see Agent 8 staring down a deep corridor that looks like it has train tracks. So maybe we're going to be able to travel along the train tracks. Looks like it's in this glass tube that leads to some different area. So perhaps there are going to be multiple hub areas in Octo expansion. I wish that was the case. Going to multiple hub areas, that would have been so cool. You like see the different environments for all of them. And here we have some art of Agent 8 herself. With this one on the left over here, it looks like she's holding Pearl's crown. Or at least it looks very similar to Pearl's crown, and I don't know what that Japanese under it says, but I'm sure it has something to do with Pearl. And then under that we have some early like storyboards of Octo expansion here of like a manga. I don't think there is an Octo expansion manga, right? But if there's not, I would like one so much. And then this one we see inside the train in the deep sea metro. It looks relatively the same, with Agent 8 having a more finalized design. But next to that, this one confused me. I don't know what's going on. There's a talking fish that doesn't look like a zap fish. It looks like just some normal fish that we haven't seen before. And then one of these looks like it could be Captain Cuttlefish, but I'm not really sure which one. Actually, the one over here on the very right, that kind of looks like Pearl. I think that's a crown right there. It looks a little too tall to be Pearl's crown, but it might be. And then this one in the middle, I swear feels like it's supposed to be Captain Cuttlefish, but I don't know. This fish looks like Marlin from Finding Nemo. I don't know what's going on in this image. It's just all over the place, and then they got spotlights on them. This one is so out of place. I don't know what any of that is supposed to be. So please drop some knowledge on that, because I don't know what that is. And then this one's actually really cool. The one below that. Here, this one is really cool. We see Captain Cuttlefish and then Agent 3 in Captain Cuttlefish's outfit, which is kind of confusing. And then next to them, that looks like that could be Agent 8, because it is an Octoling. We can see the suction cups, but it looks like they have actual real hair on top of the tentacles, which that doesn't really make any sense either. The whole outfit, they look more human than they do cephalopod. All right, and then they're sitting in front of the deep sea metro train. But this one's also throwing me off. I don't know, Octo expansion is weird, but we keep getting all this weird art for Octo expansion that I can't even really explain, but it is really cool. But under that we have a little collage of all of the mem cakes here. They're all relatively the same. Obviously some of them have some design differences, but they're all relatively the same. And down here we have some more art of the deep sea metro, and even some art right here of Agent 3 and Agent 8. It's like a cute little children's doodle right here. So that one's adorable. And then here we have some early designs for a lot of the passengers in the Deep Sea Metro. Most notably, ISO Padre right here. What is that design? Look to the right of him. What is that, bro? That's some like alien ass. That's creepy. That looks nasty. I'm so glad he doesn't look like that now. Like that's scary, bro. And then here we have some early designs of Sea Cucumber. He looks monstrous too. He looks nightmarish too. What were they on, bro? Why were they designing all of these characters so like freakishly? Sea Cucumber looks like he'll suck the soul out of your body, and then over here Iso Padre looks like he got the soul sucked out of his body. So I don't know what they were on when they were creating these characters, but I'm glad we have the ones that we have now. We got more Octo expansion stuff, and starting all the way up in the top left corner, can someone please tell me what this is supposed to be? Is this like a character? Is that purple stuff the hair? I'm not really too sure what this is supposed to be. I can't make out what that is, so I need y'all help. And then next to that, we actually have this really cool, like very simplistic art of Off the Hook with Agent 8. This one's adorable. This is more of like the style of the mem cakes, at least with like Agent 8's head. This looks like it'd be a mem cake. So I think that's pretty cool. And then next to that, we have a little collection of art of the Octarians. And this one here is like the deep green with the blue transitioning in the red. I actually like that a lot. That looks very cool. But I doubt many people would like that design. And actually here we can see an early version of those shower things. I'm not really too sure what they're called, but it looks like it was a lot taller. And next to that, I just noticed this is like a mad scientist Octarian. This looks cool. Is that a syringe? Oh my god, this design is so dope. It would have been cool to see like scientist Octolings in game. They even got the mask on, the lab coat with the giant syringe. That would have been cool to see in game. And then here we just have a couple of drawings of some levels and the Deep Sea Metro. This one's really cool, bro. We got Vaporwave Octo expansion. All right, we got Octowave out here. And look, it looks like the moon or sun, whatever that is, right there is even kind of in the shape of an Octoling. So that's really cool. I never expected to see like Octowave in here. That's actually hella dope. Vaporling, Octowave, and then the mood is immediately ruined by the image next to that. This looks like Octarians are being grounded up. Is this the grinder? Because I know the grinder is like an actual blender, but this kind of reminds me of the spaceship from Earthbound. But is this what an early version of the blender was going to look like? Because look, maybe they're being sucked in from the bottom, and then inside you can see some kind of paste or something. That might be the primordial ooze. Maybe that is an early version of Commander Tartar and he was supposed to look like that. I'm not sure what's going on in this image, but I'm pretty sure this is supposed to show that the Octarians were being blended together. That one's kind of unsettling. Then we have an image here. This one looks really cool. We got DJ Hyperfresh and MC Princess. I like this one a lot. This looks like it could be an album cover. And speaking of album covers, right next to that, we have what was probably an album cover right here. We're apparently, I'm assuming we're going to get an all, wait, actually no. At first I thought this was going to be like an all Octoling band that are going to make the music for Octo expansion before we got Deadfish, because it says Octopus up here, but we can see Off the Hook right there. That's Pearl, and then in the back we have Marina. Is this Damn Socks? Wait, what if this was Damn Socks and they had the idea for that all the way back in Splatoon 2? Because in Splatoon 3 we got songs from Damn Socks featuring Off the Hook, and here they are. And Octo expansion, assuming I think takes place after the final fest, right? Is that canonical? I don't know if that's canonical, but Pearl did say she wanted to break into new genres of music, so that would mean collabing with other artists and groups, I guess. So what if this is actually Damn Socks, or it could just be a band called Octopus? Maybe they renamed the Damn Socks. Is Damn Socks even relevant here? Am I just going on about nothing? That could be the case, I don't know. But here we have some really cool art of Octo expansion. We see Agent 8 and Agent 3 here. This art style seems familiar, but I can't really quite tell why. And under that, you have some more early art of Octo expansion. With this one here, I think is Agent 8 fighting the NILS statue. This looks like the multi-barrage like cannon that it had before Commander Tartar fired it. It had like the green tubes. So I think that's what that is. And probably the best part of this entire image is right here at the bottom right. It's just Agent 8 with her phone, a very, very simplistic doodle of Agent 8 with her Octo phone, I guess, or whatever she has. So I like this image a lot. I might save this and use it as like a wallpaper or something. I like that little image. It reminds me of Adventure Time a little bit. I'm not really too sure why. And before we get on to the part I'm most excited for, the videos and actual footage of the cut content and stuff, I actually have a little montage here of some environment and map files in the game. So it replaces the Octo Canyon stuff with stuff from the global Testfire demo. So these files and everything were in the game way back in the global Testfire. So I'm gonna have a little montage of those right here. Now we're going to get on to some unused and very early versions of some specials actually. And we actually have all the ones, or quite a bit of them, returning from Splatoon 1 that were actually considered but never used in the game. First, we're going to start off with the bomb rushes. And this first one's actually pretty interesting. Now this one's actually pretty interesting. First off, you can see off rip, we have the hero shot here that the Inklings are using. And not just any hero shot, this is the hero shot from Splatoon 1, which isn't even in Splatoon 2. So they were still using a lot of Splatoon 1 assets to test the stuff from Splatoon 2, which makes sense, because why not use the stuff you already have instead of creating brand new stuff? And it's just easier to test with the Splatoon 1 stuff. But the part that confused me is, what was even the point? Like, I know this didn't make it in game, thankfully, but a sprinkler launcher, that is just terrible, because you can't have more than one sprinkler out at a time anyway. So you're just throwing all those sprinklers for them to do absolutely nothing, just for you to only use one of them. Now, they could have changed this as to make the only the sprinkler launcher, make it to where you can have multiple sprinklers out at once. So if you were to use the sub, you can only have one out at once. But if you use the special sprinkler launcher, then you can have as many as you can throw out at once. And there's just sprinklers all over the whole map, but it only worked for a sprinkler launcher. They could have done that, but I don't know how broken that would be. That would be stupid for Splat Zones, especially for like Gobi Arena and Mako Mart, because you can just throw them up on like the stuff on the ceiling and they can just stay up there and you can't reach them, so they're just all over the damn zone. That would have been kind of cool. But you can kind of see why Sprinkler Bomb Rush didn't make it in. It's practically useless. I actually think this one is cool and kind of disappointed it didn't make it into the game. Now, yes, Toxic Mist isn't the greatest sub, but this would actually be insane as a bomb rush, because this would work for almost every game mode, not necessarily to slow down enemies, which it would do, but just to set as like a screen. All right, it's just like a big cloud of fog. You can't even really see through it. So you can use that to kind of trick your opponents to kind of like sneak in for like clam blitz. Well, maybe obviously they'd be able to see like the icon of the clam and the rainmaker, but for like tower control and splat zones, that'd be so dumb. You could just hide in the mist and just push objective, or you could just throw it like at their spawn point, so, or near their spawn point, so you can like basically cover their view of the map and they can't really see you. There's so many different things you could use it for. This would actually be a really cool special, because yes, it would slow them down since there's a whole lot and they're stuck in it, so they can't run away, so you can kill them easily, and it'd kind of be hard for you to see as well. But then you can just throw a point sensor or run thermal link or haunt or whatever. But also, it would just set as a big like wall, a screen, so they can't really see you and what you're doing. So that would be dangerously scary. Now, if you notice with all of these, the special icon is always just the 10 missiles, so that's not really of anything to note. But you can tell this is an early version of the auto bomb launcher, because first of all, it has absolutely no sound for throwing it out or when it activates, because normally when it activates and it like sees an enemy, I guess, and it activates, it'll make a little sound. That never happened. And even the like detection radius, I guess, is massive on these. They are not that big in any of the games. All right, that's huge. And if you notice near the end, they actually hop instead of like waddle over towards the enemy. So this is a very early version of the auto bomb launcher, and it's actually kind of charming. And speaking of auto bombs, we can see it here. Yeah, this really was an early version of the auto bombs. All right, and what throws me off and just irks me is that the audio is not synced. All right, the sound of when it's like building up to explode and then explodes is so unsynced from the actual animation. It kind of throws me off a little bit. But you can see here how they kind of just like waddle or hop instead of like waddle over like they do in the base game. Couple interesting things about the baller here is that obviously it has no sound when it explodes or rolls around, but it also has like this hexagonal pattern on it, and it doesn't have the stripes either, but it's like a giant dome, not giant, but it's like a dome with all these hexagonal patterns on it. It's kind of trippy, but I like it. Okay, was Burst Bomb Launcher ever that fast in the main game? Oh my god, that was that was quick. I don't really have anything to say for this one. If I don't have anything to say, I'm gonna just play the next clip. I don't want to drag it on out and just talk after every clip if I don't need to, because y'all would rather see the content and not hear me talk. So, but yeah, I don't think Burst Bomb was that fast, or Burst Bomb Launcher. This one's just uncomfortable, bro. Why does it sound like that? And why does it look like that? Yeah, Bubble Blower looked nasty here. All right, and something I just noticed in this clip, I don't know if it's in the other ones, but the points in the top right, they just keep on going up even when they're not inking any turf. The points are just steadily rising. All right, I don't know if that's intentional, but it's just something I couldn't help but notice. So here's my baby just played Splatoon for the first time moment, but this is my first time actually ever seeing echolocator. All right, this is cool. This is like point sensor, but a special, which I'm pretty sure they changed this into point sensor and made it a sub. But when you use echolocator, does it tag the whole party? Like, does it tag all the enemies for yourself, just for yourself, or for the rest of your teammates? Because I know, assuming it's for the rest of the teammates, just like how point sensor works. But a lot has been changed between 1 and 2, so I'm not really too sure how echolocator works. I'm not too well versed on Splatoon 1 stuff since I just got it recently, so I still have to learn everything about that. Now this is probably the most interesting one out of all of them, is Kraken, alright? Now, it's assumed that Kraken was replaced with Baller since they both technically do the same thing. They allow you to like get in close to your enemies and like chase them down and just kill them and then back out without really being in too much danger, since you can't kill a Kraken and it takes quite a bit to destroy a Baller. But everything about this video is just so insane. Okay, first, of course, the damn ink brush has Kraken. Imagine if ink brush had Kraken in Splatoon 3. That would be very stupid and scary. And second, what is happening when they go into Kraken? Because it looks like they're running. First of all, they go invisible because they don't have a model for Kraken yet, but they still have the general parameters for it. When they're swimming, it looks like they're walking, but you can see that they're swimming right as they come up out of it. So, and then other times they'll like dip down under the map. So I'm not really too sure what that whole thing is about. Are they like charging? Are they jumping? I'm not really too sure what that's about. But it looks like the game at some point was going to encourage us to like look at the map, because when you see when they fall into the water and die, it says open the map with X. So maybe that's just a dev thing, but that also could be them encouraging us to, you know, check our map when we're dead to try to see where teammates are at, see where enemies are at, check the map, or just jump. Because a lot of players, most players don't use their maps like at all a single time in a match. So, you know, they went through to created this whole like interactive map to show in everything in real time, and people don't really use it. So they kind of, you have that prompt there to encourage us to check the map, which, you know, y'all should be checking the map. Whenever you have any downtime in a match, doesn't matter the game mode, if you have any downtime or don't know what to do or just don't know where your teammates or enemies are at, look at the map. Please just use the map. It's going to be so helpful. I know it's kind of tough to look in the map in such a high-paced game where you have to be aware and of your surroundings at all times, but when you do it, you'll start getting used to it. Just like checking the map every couple seconds, even just like breaking it up for a couple seconds, glance at it, bring it down, and go back to doing what you were doing. Make sure you use the map. It is going to help out a lot once you get good at looking at the map and using the information that the map can give you. It's just a button press away. It's very quick to bring it up and put it back down. So use your map, please. So this is also my first time seeing Seeker, and it's actually kind of insane. Now, yes, obviously this was reworked in the curling bomb as it has the same charge function to where if you charge it, it goes less of a distance but has a bigger explosion radius, which you should also be charging your curling bombs, all right? I main curling bomb weapons in Splatoon 3. Luna Blaster Neo doesn't have curling bomb, but Heavy Edit and Paintbrush have curling bomb, and I never see anyone ever charge their curling bombs. All right, it is so helpful. I think a lot of people just forget that it even can be charged, but charging your curling bomb will help you out in so many situations. To just say if an enemy's closer to you, you can charge it to go that shorter distance. You don't always have to throw it at its max distance. Or just like fully charging it, throwing it over a ledge, that helps a lot too. Or use it to cover zone by fully charging it. And like there's so many different utilities and applications for charged curling bombs that it's sad that no one really ever uses it. But that's enough of me ranting about using maps and curling bombs and stuff. But I just had to get that out there. This one's interesting as the video is titled Umbrella Compact in parentheses undercover. So apparently this was the undercover umbrella and it was supposed to launch its shield like the other umbrellas, But interestingly, why is it so fast? Why is the umbrella so fast? Like the shield just zooms, and the damage on it is also very weird. So it looks like it doesn't deal damage unless it's very close. It looks like it's like distance based, because at first when we saw they shot it, it didn't really do damage, just pushed them out the way. But then when they were right on them and they had the shield out, it killed them. And then the one inkling right there in the middle, it killed them. So I think it was just based on the distance you were from the shield. I don't know. That was very confusing. Apparently this was an early model of the tent umbrella, which you can kind of see the difference already with the shield actually stays out a hell of a lot longer than the undercover did. It still travels pretty fast, not as fast as the undercover shield, but the umbrella shield stays out for a lot longer, and it looks like it has the same like wonky hitbox that the undercover has as well, where it damages like point blank range, but from a distance it just pushes you out the way, whereas tent umbrella shield in the final games actually deal damage if you touch them when they're like moving along the ground. Next we actually get on to unused enemies, which is pretty interesting. Now mind you, there are a lot, and I mean a shit ton of unused enemies, but only very few of them have videos that are still available, so I'm going to be showing the ones where I could find a video for them. All the other ones I will cover at a later date if I can find videos to show them off. But to start off, we have an enemy called ENM Donketsu. It's an unused Octo Canyon enemy. It deals 30 damage and has high knockback, has infinite health but will take high knockback when hit. It lacks an entry and actor DB. This one is titled Enemy Ink Rail, an unused Octo Canyon enemy. It deals 100 damage. It's set to 70 health, but also has been set to disallow defeating it. It also lacks an entry in actor DB. This one you have probably seen before. This one is called Enemy Shin Octa, an unused Octo expansion enemy. It uses a sanitized Octo Trooper model and shoots at the player using stingrays from its eyes, regular bullets, bubble shots, splat bombs, and can use splashdown. Its model is scaled up. Its model is scaled up by 10 on the X and Z axis and 11 on the Y axis. It has 8,000 health. Enemy is called Enemy Taco Gnocchi, an unused Octo Canyon enemy. It deals 50 damage and shoots bouncing shots, has 70 health and lacks an entry in Actor DB. This enemy is actually kind of special. It's called Taco Pod Dev, an unused Octo Canyon enemy. It deals 100 damage upon exploding and has 500 health. It lacks an entry in Actor DB, but it went on to be used in Splatoon 3 as the oversized Octopod enemy. This enemy is called Taco Tank, an unused Octo Canyon enemy. It deals 50 damage upon impact with its shield and has 140 health, along with 800 health on its shield. It lacks an entry in Actor DB. Now, a lot of these are unused animations. Now, the majority of them are actually just poses, so I'm not really going to go over those, although I will talk about a couple of my favorites. But to start, we have this. Here we have actually two animations of Marina, one over here on her left being her leftover pose from Octo Expansion trailer, and the one on the right being her leftover weight animation from the Octo Expansion trailer. Lastly, here are three of my favorite Pearl poses out of all of the ones here. These three are my favorite. My MC Princess right here. If you couldn't tell, Pearl has grown a lot on me over the last month or so. All right, a little bit thanks to side order, but Well, it's all thanks to Side Order. Before, I did used to clown on her like everyone else. I admit it, I was one of them, but now I love Pearl and she's up there, very high on the list for my favorite idols. All right, it goes Frye, then probably Pearl, Marina, Marie. You know, Pearl is top 3, okay? Marina, Frye, and Pearl are my top 3. But Frye is obviously number 1. But I like Pearl a lot, especially these poses, this outfit. So the first part isn't so much cut and unused content. This is more going over some of the Testfire stuff. And as you can see on screen here, we have 3 different versions of the title screen. The one in the top left is the Testfire, the global Testfire. The one in the top right is the CDN show floor demo. And then the one on the bottom is the finished, you know, the full final game title screen. And you can obviously see the difference between the Testfire and the main game is that it shows an Inkling girl getting splatted instead of showing Inkopolis. And the only difference between the Testfire and the show floor demo is that the show floor demo doesn't have that box right there saying purchased, enjoy the full game. So that's really the only difference for that one. Next, we have a screenshot of the lobby. And in the Testfire for Splatoon 1 only included 4 weapons: the Junior, Splatter Shot, Splat Roller, and the Charger. And you can still see there's still that purchased sign right there. I don't know if this was in the global Testfire. If you bought the game, this was just there permanently in the corner, since obviously I haven't played the Testfire. So I don't know if this was here in the actual Testfire or if this is just a dev build of the Testfire. But after that, we have some early gear prototypes. There are some gear prototypes in Splatoon, such as the invisible gear. This is a photo of an early version for the invisible shoe model, which is obviously impossible to get normally, as well as a picture of the prototype for an invisible shirt, again also impossible to get normally. However, there are also some placeholder gears, some of them having a dummy texture that just has sample written on it. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be sample and it's just a typo that they didn't realize or didn't care to fix. Found in one of the test layout folders in the files of the game is an early screenshot of Inkopolis when it was in production. It is very unfinished, as Inklings are still in the default T-pose, and the screenshot was used for testing backgrounds. In the files of the game, there is a special ID, Nintendo CDN title ID 000500000101CDE00 is a show floor demo build of Splatoon used for an unknown event. There is no character creation screen, and unlike other builds, the tutorial times out before the player can warp to Inkopolis. A lobby then opens for Turf War on a LAN network. There are textual references to Splatoon Global Testfire, suggesting that this build might not be early. And even within this show floor demo, there are multiple different button combinations for a bunch of different things. Like hitting minus on the title screen will change your weapon between 4 weapon types. There is different commands for a force communication error, force matchmaking ending, change map, force matchmaking screen, change team, and change versus matches. So we don't really know what this show floor demo is used for or what show floor is for at all, but it is in the files of the game and is functional. Next, we get onto some unused gear for Splatoon 1, and this first one you may have heard about before, the warrior headdress made by Forged. Now, it shows up in the background of cooler hats, although covered by the shop text. It has 1 star and has quick super jump as an ability. It is very unlikely that it will be released in Splatoon 3 due to the connection with Native American culture, and a model hat for this also exists. And there is an accompanying video showing it off in game, actually being worn. Here we have an early icon for the stealth goggles. The night vision goggles received a green glow from the lenses in the final version, as you can see on the right. Next we have Elite Octoling goggles, which were made by Cuddle Gear. The goggles Elite Octolings wear possibly meant to be obtained from Judd like the other special gear, but it does not have an icon. However, the next one does, which are the Testfire pre-order headphones. This is the headgear you got when pre-ordering the game through the Testfire. These ones are the same as the normally obtained gear, the studio headphone. Here we have two different headpieces, though I only have an image for one of them. A variant of the urchin's cap with the texture containing the text "Sumple" repeated multiple times. These two hats were likely placeholders. So again, this is the same texture we saw from earlier that says "Sumple." Here we have a varsity hoodie made by Splash Mob, a gray and brown hoodie with a White House logo on the top left, complete with black buttons and a hood. Early screenshots show it was displayed in the Jelly Fresh store, but the final game shows the camo zip hoodie instead. Its name suggests it could have been used as an early version of the varsity jacket of a completely different item. Next we have a shirt extravaganza by Rockenberg, seen being worn in a few early battle videos and several adverts, and even seen in the 18th Sunken Scroll. It may have been replaced by the Baby Jelly shirt in the final game, but it is still a mystery. Also by Rockenberg we have the round collar t-shirt. Early icon for the round collar t-shirt, the gray was changed to a lilac color in the final game. Next we have the gray Real Sweat by Zeko. The gray was changed to blood red and the name was also changed to just Real Sweat. Here we have the purple camo LS by Squid Force. The purple camo LS was shown in pre-release screenshots and footage, and the armband was changed to a vibrant orange, as well as it just being a darker, more purple than a pink. Here we have the white puffer tee by Firefin, if you couldn't already tell by the logo. Now this one's a little confusing because even though it has the ZF logo on it, you can tell by the darker Firefin, it's still called the white puffer tee. And there's two different types of tees in the base game. We have just the basic white tee and then the white ZF, Z plus F tee. So this is most likely just the white ZFT. I'm not sure why it says puffer. Here we have an early icon of the layered Anchor LS by Squid Force. Not much really changed except that the shirt was changed to a more maroon color than a grayish black. This one's interesting as it's the Testfire pre-order shirt, which has no brand, even though the Squid Force logo is on the bottom left. The shirt was given to players who pre-ordered the game in the global Testfire. It still remains in the files of the game, but obviously is unobtainable. Here we have the armor boot replicas by Cuddle Gear. Before the 2.0.0 update, these were untitled and had two duplicate files. The 2.0.0 update made them an actual obtainable item, but it uses a slightly different icon. Here we have the custom trail boots by Inkline. Nothing really changed except the color palette was changed to a pink and green palette instead of the blue, which I like a lot. This pink looks so nice. Next we have the Testfire pre-order shoes. The shoes available when pre-ordering the game through the Testfire. These shoes are the same as the normally obtained gear, the red high horses, which are also the very same shoes that I use as part of my main gear in Splatoon 3. This one I think is actually very interesting. We have the Squid Research Lab gear. Although not technically unused, this gear set is used only by developers as a means to identify them, and as such is extremely rare to see in normal gameplay. So we have the Squid Research Lab glasses, lab coat, and lab shoes. However, a slightly altered version of the Squid Research Lab coat was added to Splatoon 2 as a Salmon Run reward. Starting off, we have early title screen. We have a look at the early title screen here. Now, at the beginning, shown off in E3, the title screen looked like this here on the left, and this was later used for some promotional art. And of course, in the final version, this is what it looks like on the right. So it's a massive difference. The one on the right is more immersive, I guess. When you start the game, it opens up right into the square right there, where the one on the left was just more of a static standard title screen image that most games have. Next, we get to look at some early lobby stuff. So here, as we're queuing up into a match, by the way, I am very sleep deprived right now, so please excuse if I start slurring my words and going off on tangents. I'm trying my best. But here we have an early look at the lobby while we're queuing up for a match. It looks like before it would give us a quick description of the mode we're playing. So I'm sure this would be the same for the ranked modes. So for Rainmaker, Tower Control, Splat Zones, if we are waiting for a match to start, it would give us 3 quick little tips or basically rules and what the game mode is about. So this would have been very helpful for new players, but I guess I'm not sure why they took this out. I don't remember what's currently taking up that space in the final game. It's been a while, but I feel like leaving this in would have been helpful for newer players so they don't have to go somewhere else to learn about how to play the certain game modes. And then after that, we have a loading screen for when we finally get into a match and we're waiting. I'm not sure what the whole round 2 final thing is about. Maybe it's consecutive games in a row, but the game doesn't keep track of that, so I'm not really too sure what all of that is about. And then the results screen here is also a lot different, where it actually had a ranking system. It looks similar to how Mario Kart is, so from 1st to 8th here, instead of it's being split up into the teams of 4, this kind of pits everyone in the entire match against each other. So this looks a lot different from how we have it now. Now we have some screenshots from the E3 trailer itself. So I'm going to play a little slideshow here of the screenshots. And while I'm not going to show the trailer itself in full, I'm just going to have it in playing in the background here while I'm explaining the differences and talking about it. But Splatoon was first shown off for the very first time at E3 2014. While the foundation for the game was settled down, it was only about 10% complete when it was first shown off, but it was very well received by the crowd even though it was still in development. Some of the main differences were the song playing in the trailer is an early version of Splatak. It can be found as a bonus track in the official Splatoon video game soundtrack. Only one weapon, the splatter shot, was seen in the trailer, and the booyah / nice and come on / to me icons were simply just called signal. On the D-pad, there was a function to signal your teammates. It has the normal function of the D-pad in the final game, except it doesn't display a message. And the gamepad screen originally had a button to toggle gyro controls on and off on the fly, like in an actual match. This is a different menu in the final game, so I'm not sure why they took that out. That actually would have been helpful for a lot of people if you're able to toggle it on and off live in a match. So if like you're moving around with gyro too much and it's making you sick, you can disable it for the match until you feel better or something. There are also some visual differences with some of the clothing worn in the trailer received some minor changes. The white tee had a slightly different design in the Inkling language, resembling Kore instead of the Ika. The pink tag wasn't present either. The icon on the Inkling splatted is absent and shows how many points goes towards the inked turf. The ink tank icon looked taller and had a different animation from being filled up. Some of the background rooftops had white textures and were most likely placeholder graphics. And originally, Inklings had a different model for when transforming out of squid form. It also took longer to become their human-like model. And then we have some screenshots here of the early and final versions. The ink had a different lighting effect. In the final game, it looks more watery, and certain graphical effects like moving through ink were more simple. So with these two screenshots here, you can kind of already see the difference, at least in the ink. Another big thing was that Urchin Underpass was the only playable map in the demo. It had some unfinished areas of the map blocked off by oil pumps. There's a placeholder striped floor in the blocked off section when the map is shown from above in the results screen. The map also was unpolished, with the glass floors being completely non-opaque. There was also slight changes. Some platforms were only reachable by going up steep ramps. Now here I have some early images of Arawana Mall. Unfortunately, there aren't any final images from the final version to compare, but I'm sure we all know what Arawana Mall looks like and can be able to spot differences. But here we have two early screenshots of Arawana, and Arawana Mall was originally long and narrow, mostly white background textures. Salt Spray Rig also got pretty substantial changes as well. So here on the left we have the early version, and on the right is the final version. Salt Spray Rig featured an entirely different lower half, and the upper half had different textures and slight other differences. Walleye Warehouse also had some changes, where it originally had moving platforms that went horizontal in the middle of the map, and the containers could be climbed on from the side. So I think that would have been a very cool gimmick for Walleye to have these platforms moving back and forth throughout the entire game. It would give the map its own distinct personality, just like how Anchovy Games had the fan elevator platforms, like the fan platforms that we have. So having more stage specific gimmicks would have given a lot of them more recognizability, and just overall would be a lot more fun to play. And another difference is that the voice for the female Inkling when doing a super jump sounds more human and higher in pitch. But after that, there was a kiosk demo at E3 2014, so basically little station setups where people can play a demo of the game early and try it out. Now there are some videos showcasing this. I'm not going to play them in the video because they are pretty long. One of them's 14 minutes long, the other one's like 9 minutes long, so I will link them in the description if you really do want to go watch them yourselves, but those are there. And then in November of 2014 we got another trailer for Splatoon, this time in the Nintendo Direct. The game was shown off again, this time in the Direct. Two stages, which were the Black Belly Skate Park and Camp Triggerfish, was shown off along with the Octo Valley campaign. And then some other general differences were that the Inklings voice clips now matched up with the final game, and Tentacular Circus sounds almost exactly the same with the exception of the ending part, though it was likely made for the trailer. And some stage differences, that Camp Triggerfish's layout was different in terms of aesthetical detail, even though it had a lot minor layout changes, and Black Belly looked more close to the final product, so not too many changes there. We then got another trailer in April, and there were quite a few differences in there, but the most notable one in an image I actually have for is that for rollers, an Inkling is shown idling at spawn with a dynamo roller early on, and the roller head unfolded and not slung behind the back, unlike in the final game where the roller head folds when standing or running in humanoid form. Now that we have the early E3 stuff out of the way, we start getting to actual unused stuff, and we have some unused textures here. So we have debug paint shots. I'm not really sure what these are used for, but we have 3 small images titled debug shot 0, 1, and 2. So, but it's unknown what their purposes were for. Based on the name, I'm guessing these were to test the shots, so like when you actually shoot, what shape the ink blobs would come out as. So I mean, we've all played Splatoon, so we know that they come out in kind of like teardrop shapes, but it seems like these were other shapes considered for the shots. And we also have like a cube map viewer. I'm also not really sure what that is, but there's a preset in the viewer cube map folder, I guess, and is a single texture called Gambit Viewer, however having multiple image surfaces. And for some reason these images are like very washed out and brightened, so I'm gonna play a little slideshow of those here. But this is how the images look. I don't know why they're so washed out like. Now we have some placeholder gear images. One here on the left that said not found is for a gear icon, and then the one with no brand is brand icon. These are just simply placeholder images. If there is no brand or icon for a piece of gear, the game will just display these instead. And another actually interesting unused object here is a seesaw. So apparently there were supposed to be seesaws and it would tilt if the player stepped on it. It was meant to be used for Flounder, but the game is never set to load it. So I'm going to play the clip right here showing it off. Now this one I know a lot of people would be interested in, and it was actually reworked later on in the series, but there was initially going to be playable Octolings. So Octolings have 2 separate models, one for the enemy that appears in single player on the right, and an unused one that functions as an alternate player model for the Inklings on the left. Player Octolings would never see the light of day until the release of the Octo expansion DLC for Splatoon 2, with different designs compared to the enemy Octolings. An interview with the director Hisashi Nogami revealed that the developers did consider original plans for playable Octolings for Splatoon 1 on June 28th, 2018. That's when the interview was held, and even before hackers modded the enemy Octolings in, they were initially planned to be playable. And hacking the goggles off the enemy model shows that the Inkling's eyes are placeholders, while the player models use unique ones not found anywhere else. Sometimes the player model can fail to load and use either garbage textures or Inkling eyes. An official artwork of an Octoling without goggles was published on both the Japanese Twitter and American Tumblr Squid Research Center promo media. The player model has ink color changing hair. The player model also received changes in the updates, most notably adding a mouth for use in losing animations. And some people may already know about this one, but the Octolings have their own unique version of the Kraken, fan-dubbed Octo Kraken. It is very similar to regular Kraken, only with its tentacles curled forward instead of pointing straight back. The Octo Kraken used the same playable Octolings in Splatoon 3, had a more realistic design compared to the one here. And since the Octolings were never programmed to have animations in Inkopolis Plaza, the game would originally crash whenever it attempted to load them in, including at the title screen, essentially soft-locking other players from playing the game again until a Splatfest. So should they play with hackers who are Octolings. This bug was thankfully patched, and the game will use the Inkling Girls instead of if Octolings were on in this. Further speaking of Octolings, if the player uses a team changer cheat code in an Octoling stage to be on the same team as the Octolings, the game will show a piece of text above the Octolings' head with the name Rival, much like the name of a player in an online match. The player can also super jump to the Octolings much like they would in a regular online battle. Now, while the next two things I'm about to cover aren't unused as they're still in the game, we typically don't ever see them. So at least here for the skull bandana, the top half of the skull in the bandana texture is never seen, as the material is folded in half so that the face is folded inwards on the inside of the bandana when we're wearing it. So we only see the mouth when it's actually on your Inkling model. And for Anchovy Games, there's a map near both of the elevators in Anchovy Games, suggesting that the stage was going to have a different layout. So we can see here of the map, it looks very much like a Splatoon 3 map. It looks like a table turf map. And then on the right, obviously, is the final map we have. But thank fuck that we did not get the version on the left. So even before Splatoon 3, they were still thinking about making hallway ass maps. And in the model for Inkopolis Plaza is this picture of the Squid Sisters displayed on the TV as a placeholder for the animated graphic. Now, as for debug content, there's not a whole lot. There is a parameter sheet, which I doubt literally any of you care about, but there is a debug font that is present in the system.pack file. Now, this one is a bit of a special case as it's both used and unused at the same time, but the title music for the global Testfire, which is a rendition of Splatac, is present in Splatoon 1, the game itself, but was never actually used. So although it was in the Testfire, it was never used in Splatoon 1, so it's still technically an unused piece of content, but I will play that for you right here. Now we have some unused model for Slosher of all things, and it's only really for Slosher and Inkopolis Plaza. I'm not really too sure what these are, so if any of y'all want to look further into it, I will link the Google Drive I got this from in the description. normally I won't, but since the person who sent me this Google Drive, they asked me not to cover anything in it because they weren't done compiling everything, but that was over half a year ago, and their account on Discord got deleted, and I haven't heard from them since. So I think it's safe that I could share this now that nothing's been done with it. So I will link it in the description if you want to see this. It's got some Splatoon 2 stuff in there as well, but I'm gonna play a slideshow of all the mottos right here. And that is all of the rest of the Splatoon 1 cut and unused content. Now there are a couple things that I skipped over, but those were mostly just like parameter stuff that I didn't understand and that y'all probably don't care about. And a little couple things here and there, little differences from the E3 trailer and the other trailers, but I mean, you can always just go watch those yourself and see the differences. I didn't think they were too important enough to include in the video. But as for now, that's everything from the Google Drive and from the cutting room floor. That's the rest of the cut and unused content for Splatoon 1. This video is long overdue. I said I'd do this forever ago, but it's finally here. And best believe, I'm waiting. Best believe when we finally get some cut and unused content for side order, I am hopping on that immediately. If I find cut and unused content for side order, I am hopping on that immediately. So best believe that video will be coming when it comes. But other than that, that's really it. That's the rest of the cut and unused content for the whole series right now. I'm sure there's more that I haven't seen yet, but if there's any more and substantial enough to make more videos on it, I will definitely do that. But for now, the series is finally complete. Back where my whole channel started, technically it was side order, but this cut and unused content stuff is where my channel really blew up from. So it's kind of nice to finally wrap it all up. But this is a nice send off to the little mini series of the cut content. But that's about it. See you next mission and play some goddamn Splatty.